Everybody.
Hello, everyone. We're Martin Bowman and Daniel Goodbury, the joint program leaders of digital animation, and we'd like to welcome you to our annual end-of-year animation festival.
Hey, everybody. We're coming to you live today from locations spread across Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire, and London. Martin, what can we expect for the rest of the day?
Well, for those of you who haven't experienced the real-world version of this event before, the morning will be composed of a selection of talks from artists in the animation and games industries. There'll be a selection of show reels from our students, and then a break for lunch. We'll start again at 2 p.m, where we'll show the best student project of the year. And finally, we'll end with the award show and the prizes, judged by the staff of many companies worldwide. You will also have a chance to judge the work yourselves. One of the prizes is our Audience Award, and there'll be information on the YouTube page later today to help you vote for your favourite project. You will need a Gmail account to do this, so please set one of those up at lunchtime if you haven't already done so.
This is the first time we've run a live event, so bear with us if things go wrong. I'm keeping my eye on YouTube chat, and it's sounding like there's an audio problem, so maybe you can't hear anything we're saying. It might have got louder again now. I'm going to assume that audio is fixed and that we're fine, and then we'll see. So usually my role at this point in the day would be to do a fire safety announcement for the Western Auditorium. Less necessary than usual, I hope. If you do have any fires while watching the stream today, please, bears attacking you during the stream, please report it in the YouTube chat, and we will try and keep an eye on it. Taking a quick look at the chat, it sounds like audio is back. I'm seeing lots of student names. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Callum. Hello, other names I'm going to read out. Hello, Kiva. Oh, there's Neil Gallagher. Oh, there's Jamie O'Donnell. This chat is full of people. This is very exciting. So do leave your comments in the YouTube chat throughout the day, and we'll try and respond to them directly as the various different people take over. Martin, how's the year been?
It's been a challenging year, I think is the polite term for it. I mean, I was going to say that, yeah, despite the upheavals of the past few months, which have been, exciting at times, our students have continued working on their projects with the support of the staff and have created a wonderful range of amazing work that we will be happy to premiere for you this afternoon. Staying creative and productive in the current situation makes this the hardest year ever to graduate from Hertfordshire, but we're very pleased to say that our students have risen to the challenge and didn't give up, but kept pushing themselves and us for the highest possible quality work they can.
So before we proceed with the rest of the day, we did want to thank a few people. We've had lots of help from various companies, both the companies who are going to be talking on the stream today, and also all the companies that have lent people to us to serve as the judging panel for the awards, which were taking place in the afternoon. So we want to give a quick thank you to the staff of Blue Zoo, Blink Inc., Airship Images, ILM, Random 42, Animated Storyboards, Super Spline, Animation Guys, Digital Extremes, MPC, Creative Assembly, Space 8 Games, JagX, BaconX, and Taylor James. And I didn't stumble over one of the names, so already I feel like I'm succeeding. So first part of the stream, we're already running a minute behind. This is excellent. We're going to go to the Blue Zoo talk, which is going to be from Will Cook at Blue Zoo. And then after the talk, there'll be a Q&A between Will and Martin. So I'm going to hand over now to Will from Blue Zoo. Thanks, everybody.
Hello everyone, my name is Will and I am an animation director at Blue Zoo Animation Studios. Gutted that your film day got cancelled. It was, is one of my favourite days of the year. It's a day that I get to regress and act like a student and hang out with all of you guys in sweaty B07, and then hopefully we can be gross and sweaty together again soon and get one of those weird warm beers from that storage cupboard or whatever. Also, I'm not sure if you are aware, but I'm also a alumni. I found my old university membership card. I don't know what it is. There you go. There's me. I don't know who that guy is with the headphones. I didn't remember those headphones. Had a nice spot that day. Lovely. Yeah. But anyway, enough about that. I'm here to talk to you about the Paddington animation development. But first, I'm supposed to be playing this wonderful little gif of Bluesy. Look at that, lovely. If you don't know who Bluesy are, here are some of us. There we go. Oh look, there I am. That's interesting. Didn't shave that day. Cool. So Bluesy, we are a London-based studio based in central London. We have a commercials department. We also have a 2D department where we've got a show called It's Pony for Nickelodeon in production. And we also have a 3D productions department where we're currently working on The Adventures of Paddington Bear. We've also done in the past Truffy Tom, Cupoodle, Miffy, Go Jetters, Digby Dragon, a whole load of shows. But we're most known for our children's TV, where we do character animation. We're multiple BAFTA winners, and that's basically we're a studio of 200 artists working across 2 sites, and hopefully more in the future. So yeah, definitely check us out. There's our name there, Blue Zoo, and they're the owners. Look how happy they are. Oh, very nice. But enough of that. I'm here to talk about this guy. This is Paddington Bear, and to give you a little insight into what I'm going to talk about, enjoy the opening titles. Here's His Lordship Gary Barlow. Paddington, Paddington, Paddington Bear, Paddington, Paddington, Paddington Bear. He came from Peru to be with me and you. He's a very rare sort of bear. P-A-double-D-I-N-G-T-O-N, Paddington Bear. P-A-double-D-I-N-G-T-O-N, Paddington Bear. Isn't that just lovely? Lovely bit of Gary Barlow singing his heart out. So play again, cool. So I was asked to kind of pitch an idea for the animation style of the series, and I got in fairly early into the project, and I was given these kind of these designs for the characters to sort of start to come up with an idea of how these characters might move. I think at the time it was just these 2D drawings down here. These are really early. These are very early sculpts of the characters. I think a lot changed on Paddington there and Mr. Brown. So there's lots of 2D concepts, lots of models going around, which to sort of help aid me in sort of trying to understand what these characters look like. The art department spent a long time trying to come up with silhouettes for the characters to make them all clean and individual, and they came out really successfully in terms of sort of you've got Mr. Brown, Mrs. Brown, who are different heights, and then and Paddington, who's got this like big round belly, and the kids are at different heights and shorts and long sleeve jumpers, and they worked really hard with it. And one thing which we wanted to try to recreate was their clothes in our world scale, but on them, because they wanted to kind of create this sort of maquette feel to them. So the art department actually made little clothes, and then they sort of had to sort of figure out how the creases would work in their world. So whenever you see, so Mr. Brown has these corduroy trousers, which I think is those ones there, but they're the same thickness in our scale, in our world, as it is on them. So it sort of gives it a nice little tactile feel to it. And they sort of tried to make them feel like they were made out of silicon, as if they were 3D printed. Mr. Brown also has a knitted cardigan, and so the knit on that is our scale knit in their world. So it's the idea of trying to make it feel like they're little puppets in a little doll's house. And then here is a doll's house. So this was really when you brought in these the environments into Maya, that they would kind of slot in this doll's house way. Because in the film they did this camera move on the outside, where they sort of had the camera move on the outside. And I think that early on this is something that we wanted to recreate, but I think we sort of got rid of it. But yeah, this really helped to sort of understand how we were going to move these characters in a doll's house type of way. So these designs are really helpful. So then, with all that reference material in mind, I then had to gather all the reference material for me to sort of try to figure out how we're going to do this in terms of animation. So I spent a long time looking at characters with beads in their eyes. So Christopher Robin, Winnie the Pooh here, well, his eyes are very similar to Paddington's, just like dot speeds, and how we're going to get emotion out of a face, which, I mean, if you look at sort of Winnie the Pooh here, he hasn't really got much brow going on. I mean, he's got a snout and eyes, but how do we convey eyeline? How do we convey emotion in that face? So I watched a lot of that. And it's really sweet in terms of like Christopher Robin when he's like, "You got a traveling balloon? Where's his traveling balloon?" And it's something from the depths of my memory pulled out a really old film, 1996. I think you were born then, but of James and the Giant Peach. And my mum took me to the cinema to watch it. In terms of animation quality, it wasn't a good year for stop motion animation in that respect. But James had these really button eyes and it kind of again similar limited face with the eyebrows, a bit more of an expressive mouth. So he was a good reference to look at how we were going to move these characters. And then same thing with Captain Underpants here. They had these eyes, but he's a bit more cartoony, and they've got a bit more expressive, and they sort of move around the face, which is something that we couldn't do on Paddington. Their eyes were locked. But in terms of overall appearance, Ted was the most one likely. Well, he has a lot more in common than Paddington than you might think in terms of, oh, he's a bear, he's got this muzzle, he's got these eyebrows, he's got these eyes, and he's also got this little pot belly as well. He's mainly more from alcohol. But yeah, watched a lot of Ted 1, a lot of Ted 2, which is great. You can just sit there at work and watch it. So a lot of the stuff that we learned from Ted was based on we took it from Ted and put it on Paddington. Something else which you sort of had to explore was this little guy here. So this is a short taken from Overwatch, and Paddington has these fangs, and I think we had to figure out a way of how we could make Paddington look innocent with fangs and sharp teeth, and this guy sort of really helped out with keeping that cute and sweetness in. And it turns out you don't really have to worry about it. If you've got a strong enough model, you can have the cute fangs and it's fine. And then we sort of go on to the sort of the Charlie Brown animation and also again the Captain Underpants animation, where they had really strong key poses and they held in them and they got into them quick and they stayed there. And that was quite nice because it was quite a slick pose to pose style of working. Maybe the way that they get into those poses isn't correct for Paddington, but just using it as reference to sort of see how they get into those strong poses was quite appealing. And then finally, the stop motion style animation, and I think this stop motion was really pitched as an option early on, and that's something which the director was keen to sort of try to recreate. And so yeah, we looked at Box Trolls, and looked at Paranorman, looked at Coraline, obviously all the Leica stuff. But for us, we felt like the Box Troll stuff was too smooth. It was almost like it was trying to be 3D really. Even as you go to Kubo and then Missing Link, it's just far too smooth. But Paranorman has the perfect amount of quirkiness to the animation and a stop motion feel to it, where it's just a slight imperfectness to the way the character moves. So we used a lot of reference from Paranorman, and also in terms of like the cloth design as well and the character design. Basically, we really did homage Paranorman in that. So also had to look at physical comedy, because in the scripts it's very apparent that Paddington was going to move in a physical way and in a comical way. So it went back and looked at loads of Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin stuff, and also we had very long characters as well. So we're not just looking at how Paddington's going to move; we have to look at everyone. So we've got Mr. Brown and Mr. Curry who've got really long legs, and of course Mr. Fawlty Towers, what's his name? Basil Fawlty. That's it. John Cleese here was a good reference for those long leg characters and how we can get that kind of awkwardness and that tenseness in there. But hopefully you'll know who Mr. Bean is. He was a huge reference for us, as he liked to pull out all the comedic timing possible of a gag and use every second of it to really sell and get the most out of a gag. And that's what Paddington had to do, was sort of we had to do it on Paddington time because he's a bit slower and you have to have this thought process and all this time, and we have to see in him and react and stuff. But lots of looking at Mr. Bean from the 90s, which was quite fun. It's on Netflix now, which is good. So I watched a lot of that. And then of course finally we had 2 full feature films, so lots of Paddington there. And then what was helpful was that this bear, sort of see this pose here where Paddington is kind of poking his nose towards his point of interest, and his curiosity is sort of coming through. So whenever we sort of had Paddington being curious, which is pretty much all the time because that's what he does, he was, you point his nose and you tilt his head. So that really helped. And also we've got a few shots where he has to take his hat off. So we see what he did in the film, and takes his hat off like this, and we recreate it that way. What was also helpful was that on Vimeo we found a 15-minute acting analysis of why Paddington acting was so good, which was great for me because someone did my job for me, so I can just give that to animators. I'm like, yeah, do this. So that was helpful. So yeah, tons and tons of reference went into the planning of how we were going to sort of create the animation for Paddington. So yeah, we settled on the Paranorman style, and the challenge was to sort of try to recreate the stop motion feel in Maya. And what we had to do was sort of change the mindset of the animators. So instead of having your character rig, you had your little animation puppet, and you were manipulating it by hand and moving it around. And so we had to kind of pretend that we had these little armatures inside the rig, and that we had to be careful with our choices of posing because stop motion animators don't have time to do stuff, or they do have time to do stuff, but if they make a mistake, you have to go back and redo it. So we had to be careful with our choices of posing. And we also were going to try to recreate this idea of facial replacement. So on Paranorman, they had these boxes of faces, which they take the face, they 3D print the face, and then they put the face on the maquette, take a picture, take it off, take a picture, take it off. And this is something which we were going to try to do in animation. So we sort of decided very early that we'd keep the facial animation on twos and try to create this sort of wonderful charm to the way that the face moved, which you get in Paranormans, because the slight imperfections in the way that the face is 3D printed differently each time. And also these were hand painted as well. So every so often you just get a slight change in the freckle or in the blush or something. And that's something which we wanted to try to capture in the animation. But of course, first the rigging team had to figure out the problem and solve how we're going to do this coat. So when we had to do some nice crease tests with Paddington's duffel coat. So this was something that I did for them so that they could figure out how this coat was going to move, and thank goodness that they did. So thank you, rigging department. And then time sort of trying to figure out how this coat would move, and I picked one of my smallest animators. I dressed her up in a duffel coat, and I got her to do act stuff out and run around and sort of see how this coat moved. And obviously a duffel coat is very rigid, so we realized very early on that you don't really need to have this wonderful cloth simulation on it. But also because we are a TV budget, we just don't have the time to make it feel organic. So we sort of just gave up on that idea very early on. But it was good to explore the idea of whether we do have this slight different movement to the coat. And out of those videos that I got the animator to shoot, we sort of discussed how Paddington was going to move. And he's essentially a toddler. So whenever Paddington does anything, we try to make it feel like a toddler. And how would a toddler stand up? How would a toddler get off a chair? How would a toddler open a door? And we started building up this picture of the way that Paddington would move in a world which is too big for him. He's tiny. He's about three foot or something, in a world which is designed for adults. So how would he use the kitchen counter? How would he open an oven if he was allowed to? And how would he get up the stairs? So yeah, we sort of looked at alternative ways of how Paddington would move. And what we discovered in this test was that when he does stand up, there's a whole load of intersections in his chest, with his toggles intersecting, with his arm going through his body. So we need to find a creative solution of how to hide that. So we just hid it with the hat. So then what we realized then is that it's not about how we don't want to see him get to his pose. We want to know that he arrives there and that we see him in his key pose. So we decided to try to be a bit more economical with our timing. So if we could get to a pose quicker, that was a better choice than sort of easing it out so we see all this stuff moving. Because then if you're a stop motion animator, you want to get through that timing as quick as possible. So that was something which we looked at was, we try to be quick through the posing. You get to the posing and you stay there. So we learned that one fairly early. So then I started to look at actually more movement and how we could try to create this stop motion feel. And this clip here was actually every frame has a key. I built every single frame on these 94 frame shot. And for TV production, that's unsustainable because there's 15,000 frames in a 10-minute episode. So that's a lot of work for the animators. So I had to find a way to sort of simplify this idea. But everyone was very happy with how it looked in terms of the movement. So I had to find a way to simplify it. And something else which we added on top to add a bit more of a stop motion feel to the animation was this sort of jitter control. This was an early version of it. So you can kind of see it sort of jittering and blistering on the fabric here. So the idea was that every so often you'd get a little bit of deformation in the coat or in their clothes. So it'd feel like your fingers have been pressed on this fabric to make it feel more stop motion, because it's the kind of charm that you would get in normal stop motion animation when you are manipulating stuff with your fingers. So then we added this extra sort of level of jitter on top of the animation to make it feel more stop motion. And then this is one where we kind of sort of really discovered the style. Let's just play it.
Can you make them with these paws? Can you make them with these paws?
So this was where we made the decision that we're going to be more pose to pose. We're going to get into the pose. We're going to stay there for as long as possible. And then we're only going to move when there's a motivational reason to come out of it. And the idea was to get into that pose as economically and as suitably as possible for that situation of that movement, with minimal settle, minimal ease. We're not going to have all this floaty overlap. We're going to hit there, stay there, we'll act, and then we'll move when only we need to. And this is when we decided to put it on linear curves. So we're not using Maya auto tangent here. We're using linear curves to sort of take away some of that smoothness which Maya's or algorithm automatically gives you. And by putting it in linear, you just kind of get this extra little bit of chunkiness, this little bit jittery and imperfection to the movement. And it's really nice because it puts the control back into the animators' hands. They can't just hit the spline button and Maya sort of figures it out for them. The animators have to craft their eases and even in the in-betweens as well to make sure they get the correct spacing. So we had the body movement or the core on linear, and then all the facial animation on stepped keys. So we also decided to kind of strip back the facial animation to be as simple as possible. So there's not many eyebrow moves, blinks were to a minimum, and we tried to add this sort of lip replacement stuff in the lip sync. So what we did was we got a muzzle control and a lower head control. So every time there was a new lip sync shape, we sort of just moved it ever so slightly to sort of try to recreate that feeling. It's a new jaw that's coming off, a new one coming on, trying to get those slight imperfections in the face there. And then what we also did was we put in, so in a render, in the next one, I don't think you can quite see it in this one actually, but Paddington has these little scratches. Yeah, you can just about see those little scratches and those little marks in his face. So we put that on the animation rig so that we could see those changes in the deformation on the face. And then we added the jitter on top. So you can kind of see the arm. There's a little bit of blistering in the arm. There's a little bit of change in the way that coat deforms. So we're adding all this stuff on layer, and it comes out really nicely. And this shot actually made it into an episode, which is quite cool. Just copied and pasted it because TV.
Can you make them with these paws?
And then when you chuck that into the studio environment, you know, with like studio lighting and into the doll's house, it does really feel like a stop motion puppet. He's covered in flour because he's made a mess in the kitchen, which is a clip I think you're going to see later. He's trying to make a pancake, bless him.
Can you make them with these paws?
So then once we sort of nailed down that style, we then had to sort of see if it would work for the adult characters. So this is Mr. Brown. So we took that idea of getting into the pose as economic as possible, harsh easy. So I think it gave us the opportunity to have a look at the fingers as well, because on a stop motion puppet, the fingers are one of the first things to break. So we decided to not have so much animation on the fingers, and we'd get into the pose and they'd stay there. And then the way that we treated Paddington's hands was as if they had mittens on. So we sort of had all these little separate rules. And then when it renders out, here's his wonderful jumper, and it's got a little bit of blistering on it as well. You can kind of see it.
What topping have you chosen?
You can sort of see it around the edge here, so it wasn't quite working there. But on
what
the
topping
arm,
you've
got
chosen?
little pops and stuff to sort of
And
help.
what topping
make
have
it feel a
you
bit
have
more
you
stop
chosen?
motion. And same thing here. We stripped
topping
down the
have you
facials. So the
chosen?
eyebrows are minimal. The blinks
And
are
what,
you only just see the blinks.
What topping have you
And we
have
had
you
these sort
chosen?
of shutter eyes as well. We didn't
And
have
what,
proper like
What topping have
blinks. We
you
wanted
have you
them to feel
chosen?
like shutters shutting.
And
So
what,
it sort of added a bit more
what
charm
topping
to
have
the movement.
you chosen?
And then of course you've got the children character where we applied the same
Only
rule
the
again.
best day in the world ever.
So I think the sounds are on this one. Apologies.
It's
So
only the
yes,
best day
hit
in
the
the world
poses,
ever.
stay in there until you need to come out of them, and then work within the
only the
pose.
best
So
day
there's
in the
probably
world
about 3 or 4
ever.
poses in this for a 150
Only
frame
the
shot.
best. It's only the best.
And then when you apply
What's Pancake Day?
shaders,
It's only the best day in the world ever. What's Pancake Day? It's only the best day in the world ever. What's Pancake
annoying.
Day?
shut up. So we decided very early on to not have too much eyelids on the kids because it makes them look more adult. and we always had to make sure that they were full of energy and excitement and bursting with life. So that was part of the rules as well, which we had to develop. So each character had their own set of rules. Paddington had the most rules because he's a difficult character to animate. But so we we had Mr. Curry, and then we had Mr. Brown, who were a bit more comedic. Then we had a Mr. Gruber, who was a bit more rotund, so we could be different with him. But Paddington, yeah, he was the one who had a whole list of rules. And also, we had to create all these face shapes because we wanted to recreate the sort of feeling that Paranorman had these boxes of faces which you could put on. We had to build all these little faces, all these face shapes, and save them into a library. So all the characters had these. Oh, that's fleshy. So that we had this in our animation library, so that the animators could drop them on whenever they needed to, and that sped up the animation process as well because with TV budget, we have TV production time, so we had to do it very economically, and this enabled us to sort of have a base lip sync shape, and then we could build in the emotion on the top to create that wonderful acting that we do. And then of course you make 54 episodes and you're done, sorted. There's a whole series. So these are a few stills taken from the first series to sort of show the kind of environments that we went to and different lighting setups, which is cool. We also go to a magical reality down here, which just cut off a little bit, but Treehouse is quite fun. And the bathroom was a nice one, and that's a nice little attic up there. And to sort of show you the final product, here is an episode, or here is a clip taken from the first episode, Pancakes, and that little bit, they're bits of fur, not pubes.
Perfect. Oh. Oh. Huh? Oh no.
What manner of rumpus is going on in here? Paddington?
Surprise.
And that's what he does best. He loves making a mess. Yeah, so that was from the first episode. I think got half of the series out now on Nickelodeon. If you fancy watching it, it's now TV, which is exciting. I think there are a few clips on YouTube. So yeah, that was sort of how we developed the animation style. And thank you for watching. If you want to get in contact, there's our website. Make sure you follow us on all the social medias: Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. I don't know if Slack is the one, no idea. And if you want to a job, I guess some of you do want jobs. We are recruiting, we are hiring, we have a lot more opportunities coming up at the end later in the year as well. So make sure you get in touch with recruitment@blue-zoo.co.uk, or or you can also go to our website, create a jobs portal, and keep all that up to date with our show reel and CV, I guess. But thank you for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. Good luck to all the students who have got films, and congratulations to the winners. And hopefully get to see you soon. And I look forward to all of you working here with me at Blue Zoo. Bye.
Hi everyone. Thanks for that. That was fantastic. Thanks, Will. It was a great talk. Now we're back. We're live coming from both where I live and Will
My
in
spare
London.
room.
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful looking spare room there, Will.
Right.
So we're hoping there's going to be some questions from the audience here. So I'm having a quick look through that. Let's see. Well, of course, there's a bunch of questions about the technical side of it, Will. Oh, hang on, here's one. Lauren says, how many projects on average does the studio work on simultaneously?
So in our commercials department, we probably have, I don't know, 5 or 6, 8 different sort of small projects going on at any one time. In our productions department, which I know more a bit about, we currently have 3, 4 and a bit projects working at the minute. So we've got 3 in production and then 1 which is top secret, but we'll be going into production soon. I think that's about average now, 3 or 4 different sort of long format productions that we have.
Yeah, that's great. There's been some questions whether this was one of the projects that uses UE4, but I don't think this one was it? No,
it's still something which Bluesy want to do, and we do have a dedicated department now to Unreal rendering.
Yeah, I mean, I assume with that the Unreal 5 engine demo probably did some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah,
that looks nice.
And I think it's more at the minute it's more suitable for our commercials department because of the turnaround, and
sure.
It is the aim to have a production in Unreal.
That's cool. There's a question here from Queenie that says, what do you look for in a 2D position application, like for a character design or a storyboarder? What would help you stand out from the rest?
Character designer. A lot of portfolios that I have seen kind of miss out the workings out of how you get to your character. So I have noticed that you just have your final character, which is great. You've done a character, but we don't want to see that. We want to see your rubbish thumbnail sketches. You want to see your quick ideas. We want to see how you got to that journey of your final character. Because when we are showing stuff to the client, they don't want to see this one finished character. They want to see different versions really early so they can pick like, oh, I like that head, but with that cape and those underpants, and then you put it together. Otherwise, you want to give them options. And storyboarders, what is good is, I think a lot of storyboarders tend to think that they have to come up with the characters and the story to storyboard, whereas I would struggle to do that for a storyboard. So look for whatever your favorite book is, look at a couple of 1 page or 2 pages out of a book and just storyboard a page out of a book.
Yeah.
There you go. You've got your story, got your characters, and then you don't have to worry about it too much. And then, of course, then you have to sort of think about all the mid shots and the perspective and stuff. So that's important to have like a variety of panels in the storyboard portfolio. But try not to get too hung up on your own ideas for a storyboarding. Just get inspiration from elsewhere.
Yeah, great. There's one question from Mark Ranson, and he said, "Have you found that lockdown has impacted your team productivity in a positive or a negative way?"
Fantastic question. It's been interesting. I know at the beginning it was tough for me to get direction out, because my big way of working is to jump around a studio pretending to be a little toddler bear trying to do stuff, and I'm quite physical in the way I direct. And then having that removed was like, oh no, how do I do this? And how do I motivate and inspire my team to do the animation? So then I had to adapt really quickly, and I have up to like 20 Zooms a day, which is tiring, but then I have to get up and act behind me and sort of do this stuff, and I record videos and send it. So for me, it had a negative effect, but then had a positive by managing to deal with it, and we're still sort of learning new ways of working. Productivity is a hard one because we've all now kind of lost an hour commute each way. So maybe we've now gained 2 hours, but we're not really supposed to see it like that. We're supposed to still stop at 6, start at 10. Yeah. But ultimately we have gained more time. And something which we discovered was that artists were scared to leave their desks in case they thought they were slacking, because like they have to be there to like animate or to answer a question. Whereas we're actively encouraging, like, just take a 15-minute break, step away for half an hour. So I start earlier and then have an hour and a half off at lunchtime, and then do an afternoon session. So it's I don't know, it's neither positive or negative. It's just a new normal. The situation is fluid, Martin.
Chaotic but normal.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's just an interesting new way of working, and coming out of the back of this, I reckon will be a lot more. I reckon it'll be 50-50 split between time in the office and time at home.
Yeah. I mean, there are going to be positives and negatives to all these things. We had another question from Carlos. In looking for the style of animation for Paddington, how long does it take to get to that stage? Developing, from the start to getting to the sort of the look that the client wanted.
Yeah. So we are a TV production, and we have TV budgets, and we have TV deadlines. I would love to say that we had like a full 2 years to go to Peru and study bears. We don't have the luxury of like Pixar and Disney. You can go to Norway and video the fjords, and
so you had 20 minutes at London Zoo then,
not even that.
Okay.
I think realistically it was probably about a 2-month run up before one of their first animation team started, so it's really hard, fast work. And even then we then had to coach the animation style to the team, so we were coaching live on the first episode. And from experience, this was it's not my 5th project that I've animation directed on. It normally takes an animation team 3 episodes to get the style, because you just don't have the time to get them to train them up right now. You have to do it live on the project. So it took about 3 or 4 episodes before the whole team understood it. And in terms of Paddington, that was 3 or 4 months, because we had 4 weeks per episode. So it took a whole long time to get everyone up to speed. But we did it, and that's the way it has to work on TV production. And same thing on the second series, with training people up on the episodes as we go now.
Okay, well, what was the for you, what was the hardest character to bring to life?
All of them were, to be honest. This was
There's
one of
no
the
easy
first
ones
projects. No, it was one of the first projects, definitely at Blues, where we had humanoid characters. Before, we had cute aliens, we had dragons, we had sort of misshapen characters, and this was the first time where we had actual. Well, Mr. Brown and Mr. Curry are almost my-limbed. Almost a really good reference for those really lanky characters, and so animating them was easy. I could do that, but it was just learning.
You mean tall and elegant rather than lanky?
Sleek.
Sleek.
It was spelt. It was just learning how to use human rigs for the first time, which is interesting. But of course, Paddington was the most challenging. He's such an iconic branded character, and the client had an idea of how he wants to work, how to move, and then we had all these film references where he moved in that, so we had to try to capture that, as well as the sweet and innocence of his performance and his thought process, because he thinks slower and differently to everyone else. He always sees the good in everything. So it was more about capturing the character of the character than them moving, because then the character dictated the movement, which in itself was a very complicated process to sort of get right.
Yeah, mate, that's good.
It's a long-winded answer to all of them.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry. There are quite a few questions about the texturing process and the shaders, and obviously I know that's not your main area. So sorry to everyone that's asking questions about that one.
You press a render button and it comes out.
Yeah, well, everyone knows that's how it works, isn't it? If you think really hard, the computer does the hard bits for you. But on that side of it, how important are like the TDs and the riggers to the actual team itself?
Oh man, we probably couldn't have done this without the TDs and especially the riggers. There was a lot of problem solving at the very, very early stage from the rigging team, which they solved because they had to solve how this coat is going to move, and they did such an amazing job creating these wonderful rigs. And I mean, I've come accustomed to the Bluesy rigs because I've been here quite a while now, but we've got new artists coming in and saying that they're some of the best TV rigs they've ever used. And that's like, oh, brilliant, great, fantastic. These riggers out there, they're doing such a great job. And I guess I just took it for granted, but hearing it from new artists coming in, it's brilliant. And then same thing with the TDs as well. All the problems which you come up with day to day, and it's not even just pipeline issues, like I suppose it's pipeline issues, but other little niggles creep in which they have to solve as well. And it's just that day-to-day problem solving which we couldn't have done it without them.
Fantastic.
And even like we have this button which auto updates all our assets whenever we open a scene, and it just saves so much time with that sort of stuff. So all the time saving stuff that they've given us as well means that animators can spend less time waiting for stuff and actually getting on with their jobs.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, we always think of children's cartoon animation, it's always the animators you think of, but there are so many more people behind the scenes that enable that project to get to where it is. They're important.
The first project I ever worked on, I was looking through the credits. I was like, oh, there's my name. And then there was like IT. And I was like, why the hell do they get credit for? Like, why? But then you're like, they're very, very important for this production to take part in.
Okay, we've got a question from Mia. And she says, how many animators per team do you usually have?
So on Paddington, because it's a very challenging show to animate on, I would say difficult, challenging and exciting
of course.
Project to work on. We have 3 teams and we have 8 animators on each team, and that's probably one of the biggest team sizes we've ever had on a production, purely because of the style. It takes a lot of time to sort of get that style working right, and also the acting in the show. It's very nuanced, and we have to make sure we're getting the acting right. It's not the same as a Go-Jetters or a Number Block, so everyone's happy and bouncing around and stuff. We're very delicate acting in Paddington, so we need to share that workload out.
Is that 3 teams because you're working on 3 programs, 3 episodes at the same time?
Pretty much, but it would also go up to 4 in August. But that's a remote team working in another country, which we're working with. So yeah, it's so because we have a 4-week animation production. So one team is on week 1, and then next week another one starts. So every 4 weeks they get a new episode. But for the animation directors, it's pretty much an episode every 2 weeks, which we have to oversee. Yeah, so there's a lot of team members, a lot of animation to review. You know, it's great.
Okay, I think we'll do one last question. From Saffron, regarding 3D animation internship applications, what kind of things do you like to see in a reel? Are there any things that make a reel really stand out?
Yeah, loads of things. So
in a good way, of course.
Yeah. Don't use YouTube to put your reel on for a start. Make sure it's going to be it's really hard to stand out, but it's the most important thing that you have to do, because I think we had for the animation internship we had over 350 applicants for that one internship, and to stand out in front of that many, it's very difficult. So you need to start your show reel and get your recruiter hit them with a bang, something in the face which they're like, oh. And you need to make sure that you hook the recruiter in, or whoever's reviewing it, and make them want to watch. And it's easy to say do something different because there are so many reels out there. It's something quirky, something which it could be a really good piece of animation. That's it. It just lures you in, or it could just be. I remember there was one. There was something where someone scared was on the settee and just jumped up and wah, and that for me was just like whoa. I was like, oh, I'm intrigued. So I carried on watching. It was literally like you jump in your seat and say, oh, I want to keep watching it. But yeah, you have to make sure that you have the best piece of work first, because to hook the recruiter watching. And then you need an acting piece, which is something with lip sync and facial acting. Then a pantomime acting piece, which is non-dialogue, body moving, pantomime acting. And then action shots, where it shows you can do something a bit more snappy, a bit more dynamic. And if in any of those, you could just have those 3 pieces, that's fine, that's enough. It could be a 30-second reel with 3 good pieces, that's fine. But what is also really like sexy and exciting is when you sort of see camera cuts and the way that you've put 2 or 3 shots together to form a sequence rather than just one locked off camera. For me, that's really exciting, because I then understand, or then I can see that you understand storytelling in a visual form rather than just a drunk guy at the bar swilling a glass of whiskey. Oh, it's all depressing. I see a lot of that sort of stuff all the time in the mirror.
Well, yeah, I was going to say. Surely not. No. Okay. Thank you, Will. That was fantastic.
Yeah, right.
So that's been a great talk, and some great questions from the audience there. Thank you, everybody, for those. That's what we have time for Blue Zoo now. We're going to show Blue Zoo show reel next, and then we'll be inviting Airship Images in to make the next presentation. So stay tuned.
Keep smiling.
Keep smiling. Perfect.
and going live.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you again. We're now back, and I'm joined almost, well, virtually in the studio, as it were, by Neil Gallagher, who's the 3D Games Art and Design course leader. Hiya, Neil.
Hey, Martin. Thanks very much. And hi, everyone. So welcome to the Animation Exposé. If you've just joined us, warm welcome. So shall I go straight ahead and do the next blurb? Martin, we're all done? Okay. So next up, we've got this really lovely presentation coming up from Airship Studios. They're founded in 2010. They're a leading art production studio for the games industry. Done some amazing work and some amazing titles. Worked on Star Wars Battlefront, Horizon, Division, Homefront, Revolution, Forza, loads of other stuff. So the team is currently ramping up, highly skilled, looking for really highly skilled artists. So if you want to apply to those guys, check them out, Airship Images. And so Thomas has kindly put together a really nice specialized presentation for us. So here we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Thomas Howell-Evans and I'm a groom artist at Airship Images. In this presentation I will talk about my journey from when I was a student to when I got hired by Airship, share some of the work we do at the studio and share a general overview on how we create real-time hair. So who are we? We are a quality-driven external art studio, character art focused with a specialty in real-time hair and fur. It was founded in 2009 by Joseph Harford, and we are based in the northwest of England in Blackpool. We've worked on several AAA titles, some of which are listed here, with several new exciting projects in the works. I joined the team shortly after the release of Forza Horizon 3 in 2016, and was fortunate to have the opportunity to work on these titles that followed after. So let's start with my journey from when I was a student to when I got hired by Airship. It all started back in 2011 when I applied for the Computer Games Art course in the University of South Wales. I had zero experience with 3D art, but I was obsessed with computer games, and at the time I wanted to only make environments. Because I loved open world games so much and exploring vast worlds, I wanted to be able to create my own. It wasn't, however, until my second year that I started showing initial interest in character art. And all it took was a project of a modelled hand using Mudbox. Afterwards, I began to question which area I wanted to focus on. During my third year, I focused on both characters and environments and created my first in-game level in UDK. It was also when I first started learning ZBrush. By the time I finished my third year, I was stuck with the decision between making environments or characters, and so I stayed for one more year and did a master's degree. This helped me to finally settle to become a character artist, and it gave me additional time to work and build up my portfolio. After university, I continued to work and build on my portfolio. I managed to get some small freelance work and started making contact with people in the games industry. This eventually led to me finding a job opening position at Airship for a junior character artist position. So I came across the job opening on Airship's Facebook page, to which I applied straight away. Shortly after that, they contacted me saying that I was shortlisted to join. They sent me an art test where I had to create some clothing for the game Works of Mercy. After that, I was given additional freelance work from them for 2 more months, creating skeletal creatures for the game Heroic Magic Duel by Nordius. Following that, I was asked to move up to Blackpool to work in-house for 3 months. The first task I was given in-house was to create a 2-headed Sphinx cat for the short film project Anne Dark, including its base muscle anatomy to assist with the rigging process and the final topology. I also created a Yeti creature based on this concept image. I also helped redesign the worm creature from its initial concept to the one featured in the promotional poster. I was also tasked to create a 3D version of a monster to replace their prosthetic suit version. After my first 3 months of working in-house, I was asked to stay on permanently, and it was here I first started learning the hair production workflow. creating hairstyles for the game Star Citizen. We created several hairstyles and fur for Star Wars Battlefront 2. These ones were made by our senior artist Warren. I also had the pleasure to work on Star Wars Battlefront 2, creating the hairstyle for Princess Leia based on her comic book design. As an outsourcing studio, our tasks are often varied, and I was given the opportunity to create garments for the character creator in Forza Horizon 4. Over time, I showed more and more interest in creating real-time hair, working on assets such as these we created for an event in Paris to help promote the Netflix series Altered Carbon. Our work for Hitman 2 involved creating full characters and their hairstyles, and I even had the privilege to visit their studio in Denmark. One of our recent projects was creating hair and fur across several characters for Jedi Fallen Order. These are the characters I worked on alongside my colleagues at the studio. It was a lot of fun to work on a variety of hair tasks across different alien races. This is a hairstyle I made for a project called Zenobia. Here we wanted to set the bar higher and achieve the smallest of details for an in-game hair. This includes the tiniest breakup between the strands, several loose flyaways, soft blending roots, and singular individual hair cards for the eyebrows. This is another character hairstyle for the same project to which we tried to pursue the same goals again. Varying from small strand breakup in the clumps and a strong sense of depth, we're always looking to improve our approach to making hair, and this project was a great opportunity for us to create next-gen game hair. Recently, the game Baldur's Gate 3 was revealed, and we're thrilled to share our involvement, where myself and the hair team created several hairstyles across many characters. Though I am now a groom artist at Airship, I still have a strong interest in creating full characters, and so I create some sketches in ZBrush in my spare time in order to not get rusty, and also because it's a lot of fun, of course. Okay, now let's have a look at our general approach to making a real-time hairstyle. Though we may not notice it, but when we look at a character, the first thing that will likely draw our attention is the face, meaning that the hair could be the next thing that we notice. This, in my opinion, is enough to express the importance of having good quality hair for characters. If the hair doesn't look on par with the rest of the character, then the overall quality drops. There are several great hair artists and specialists out there. These are some of them that I follow. They have great ideas with their approach for hair creation, and the examples here speak for themselves, of course. I would highly recommend looking into these artists, as they have great tutorials available and plenty of other examples of real-time hair. If there's one game out there, in my opinion, that created great looking hairstyles, that would be Assassin's Creed Odyssey. They captured great depth, and the hair looked very natural, with enough small details to spare that render nicely in the game itself. I would spend a lot of time glaring awkwardly during NPC interactions just to have a look at the hair. Now let's have a look at the breakdown. This is a hairstyle I made as a personal challenge to myself. Ever since I watched the anime series Vinland Saga, I looked at the protagonist's hair and figured it would be really good fun to create his scruffy hair but more realistic. The challenge was to gain several messy clumps, lots of depth, but ultimately I wanted to gain the smallest details with loose rogue strands that really help express the unkempt, messy look of the character, because this character is a Viking, and I very much doubt he washes his hair very much. So, like with most projects, we can start by gathering references. Naturally, I gathered more references of the character himself, as well as various scruffy blonde hair. It's also very helpful to look for images of celebrities with a similar style, in this case Owen Wilson. This made the search for references much easier. I also gathered texture references, and I even have a special section for what I'm trying to avoid, such as these cosplay wigs. Once all references are gathered, my next task is to create a volume sculpt. as a hair artist, it's important to figure out as much as possible about the hair before we start placing cards, like figuring out where the hairline is, the overall mass of the hair, the flow, and block out the location of major clumps. Here is an example of one I made for the Zenobia project. You may be able to see that some clumps in the final hair matches the clumps of the volume sculpt. Personally, I don't start a hair task until I've made a volume sculpt, even if it's very basic. In this case, it's very, very basic. All I needed for this particular style was an overall mass reference to follow. We already know that the hair is messy, and so there was no need to sculpt specific clumps. I would simply place the cards and make changes as I see fit. Additionally, we like to create hair caps. These are essentially used to provide extra depth beneath the cards and to prevent us from seeing through to the skin in areas that are very dense. In this case, I wanted full coverage of thick hair, and so the only part of my cap where I can see through to the skin is that of the crown at the top. I made this cap by cutting off a piece of the head mesh, unwrapping the UVs, and painting the strands in. This can be done in Photoshop or poly-painted in ZBrush. In this case, this was painted in Photoshop. Now we are ready to create our card textures. Likely the most common approach would be to use XGen to generate our textures. This isn't, however, our only option. We can create the textures in ZBrush with Fiber Mesh, or use a tool that generates the strands, such as Hair Strand Designer by Robert Ramsey. Or we can even paint the strands ourselves in Photoshop. The brown hair example shown here is featured in the Airship ArtStation page, and it used hand-painted card textures. The XGen and Fiber Mesh examples here are based off tutorials I found, and I would recommend looking into them for those seeking to create their textures in these ways. For this scruffy hair, however, I made the textures with Fiber Mesh in ZBrush. When I look at examples of hair card textures, I often find that some artists don't create enough variety. This, in my opinion, would limit the freedom of the overall hair creation. The more cards you have to work with, the more unique clumps you can create, and it also makes the hair creation more fun. In this case, we have 18 cards available, which is plenty for this particular style. Now this is where things get interesting. As you can see, my diffuse texture varies in tones and highlights, with the thickest card being the darkest one. Let's explain this in more detail. Working in tiers. Every card serves a special purpose. We use cards with varied depth, shapes, and density. Let's start with the red card. This is our thickest card, and is used as the foundation of a clump. The blue cards are the structural cards that we place above the thick ones. Spaces between the strands allow us to see through to the thick cards underneath, and helps us to gain some depth. This is why our thickest card is dark, as it helps us gain this sense of depth. With the green cards, these are our breakup cards, used to further define the shape of a clump and provide some breakup and silhouette support, like loose hairs flicking outwards. They're brighter than the blue structural cards, providing even more depth. Now the yellow cards, these are our loose hairs, and they help add the next level of detail and breakup, and provide some loose and wispy flyaways. They help add messiness to the hair by flowing in numerous directions and provide further support to the silhouette. With the purple cards, they consist of very few strands, sometimes 1 to 4 strands, and essentially do their own thing. We would often call these rogue strands. And finally, the orange cards. These are very wispy and loose strands that we would place on a 90-degree angle and intersect with a clump of cards, creating the illusion of loose hairs flowing away from the clumps while we're looking at the clump from the side. Now there are several ways to go about placing the hair cards. At Airship, we use our own custom-made in-house tool for placing our cards. You can use the base modeling tools in Maya, Blender or Max, but you can also download special plugins such as Hair Grabber 2 and GS Curve Tools for Maya, Hair Tool 2 for Blender, and for 3ds Max I would recommend this tutorial. As a personal preference, before I start placing my cards, I like to stretch my cards to roughly the length I'd expect them to look on the head. This helps me to decide if the texture needs any further adjusting. Now we can have a look at the different tiered cards in action, starting with the red foundation cards, followed by the blue structural cards to extend and define the shape of the clump, followed by the green breakup cards to add more depth and loose strands towards the tips. Then we have the yellow loose strands to break up the flow and add some messiness. And then finally, from this angle, we can see the use of our orange cards and how they are displaying loose rogue strands as we view the clump from an angle. For a messy hairstyle like this one, consisting of several clumps, I created a variety of generic clumps. There are often times where I create fresh clumps from scratch, but sometimes it's useful to use generic ones to save time. I would often change the textures of the cards around to help vary up these generic clumps. When I placed the cards for this hair, I started around the bottom area and worked my way up towards the crown. So it's essentially a layering procedure all the way through. I wanted to gain the smallest of details on this hair project, and that is why I went crazy with the placement of the purple and orange cards to gain as much breakup in the silhouette as possible. Upon looking at references of Vikings and medieval warriors, I would find that having these singular strands really help gain that level of realism and messiness I'm looking for. This level of detail is something we are pursuing further with upcoming projects at the studio, especially with next generation games just around the corner. Now let's have a look at the marmoset scene, looking back at what we've just discussed. Here we have our thick cards, the foundation point of every major clump. We can also see through to the cap towards the top of the crown. Upon adding the structural cards, we are expanding and defining the shape of every major clump and gaining more volume to the hair itself. Adding the breakup strands, we now have extra level of depth, initial messiness with the strands splitting up towards the tips of the clumps, and the hair is starting to shape up. Adding the loose cards, we have even further breakup, more messiness, more alterations to the flow, and these cards were especially useful around the crown area. And finally we have the final level of detail with our rogue, messy, singular strands, breaking up the silhouette and giving us that final level of detail, the unkempt, messy look that we are aiming for. Here's looking at it again from a different perspective, this time applying these multicolored cards resembling every one of the tiered groups. We get a nice idea on the ratio between the use of certain cards. We can barely see through to the red thick cards underneath. The clumps are mostly formed with the support of the blue and the green cards. The yellow cards help to alter the flow, add further breakup and detailing and messiness. And then of course we have the purple and orange cards dominating the breakup of the silhouette. Altogether, these different tiered cards help us to create a final in-game ready next-gen hairstyle. Thank you for watching my brief overview of the hair production workflow and for inviting us to be a part of your end-of-year show. I'm very happy to be working alongside such great and talented colleagues at the studio, and we are always looking for new talent to join us. Here you can find the information for careers at Airship. If you have any questions regarding real-time hair production, feel free to email me or message me on my ArtStation page. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back. So that was a really interesting presentation there, Thomas. So thank you very much. So right now we've got Thomas here, Thomas Howell from Airship Images.
Hello.
And so I'll just fire in some questions that are coming up on the YouTube feed. So we've got Sam is saying, seeing Unreal's hair advance, do you think hair cards are becoming obsolete anytime soon, or at least for AAA game cinematics like the Unreal 5 engine that's coming up and so on?
For AAA games, well, with next gen around the corner, even though the capabilities are, they are incredible, we still think that for at least a few more years, we're still going to be using hair cards for in-game hairs. For cinematics, we may use other means with like full X-gen grooms, but as far as the hairs themselves within the games, as you play them, yes, we're going to stick to using cards.
Cool. Keelan here says, how much longer does it take to make a curly or even an afro style compared to straighter hairstyles? Right. Do you need more polys and so on?
That would totally depend on the try budget you're given. Usually, firstly, when we start a new hair project, we have to know what are the limitations, how many tries can we use, and that would give us an idea on the best way to approach it. For afros, for example, maybe short afro hairs, they don't have to be like complex shapes in the cards themselves. As long as you have those strands that create all the individual frizziness, you can place those just crisscrossing with each other, and just as long as you have a lot of that going on, then yeah, that should pass nicely for afro hairs. For curly hairs, I guess, yes, a lot of that, you could get some curly shapes in the textures themselves, and and then you add to that even more by just shaping the cards to get the full curl shapes that you're looking for. It's how we generally approach wavy curly hairs.
Okay, so Kiva wants to know, what was the biggest challenge you faced on projects and what required a lot of innovation?
That could be, I would say, well, for me anyway, the biggest challenge I faced as a hair task would be the one in the presentation there, the Zenobia project, where we had to try. It was basically our first attempt to try real good next gen hair with a much higher try count. So having a ridiculously high try count meant, okay, does this mean I have more textures to play with as well? And so basically the usual work routine was doubled or tripled with the amount of how much stuff I can use. It's not individual hairs, of course, but being able to experiment with those two hairstyles, the blonde one and the dark one in the presentation there, those were definitely the more challenging parts, or at least for me.
Andrew wants to know, this is more for like a material question, but do you, is it like engine dependent, or if you have like things like pixel depth offset or anything like that, or is it mainly in Substance Painter you're working, or what sort of software is there?
It varies between projects. We usually just we sometimes export our maps from, for example, sometimes we would use fiber mesh textures, and then we would make some tweaks to create our diffuse textures in Photoshop. We have been working to get new materials working through Substance, and we do some of our hair materials use depth maps. And it's always something that we're looking to improve on. It's not really my area of expertise, but we do have a side of the studio that focuses on trying to get the best that we can possibly get out of how the heads would look in the engines.
Obviously, you guys have got your own special engine placement type stuff for plugins and things. So anyone sort of new to this, what would you recommend for placing hair cards? Because I know it can be quite a painful process. Is there some sort of like live placement tools that you might know of that students could grab hold of?
There was a slide in the presentation with just some plugins that I've found that could be useful. because at the end of the day, if you're placing cards, it is a long. Sometimes it can be very repetitive. It's a very long procedure, but yeah, our hair tool specializes in. It's very user friendly, basically for us, and the ones, the plugins that I listed, at least on the Maya side, those are ones that I've tested myself, and I think they're very good starting point. Not as good as our tool, but yeah.
And so, what's the company like now? How big are you? And have you moved offices or?
We're based in Blackpool. We have a studio in Blackpool and another studio in Lytham. We're always looking to expand and grow. Lately, we have been growing, even despite the current state of things with the world. But no, it's been very, very refreshing to see so many new faces joining. Well, I haven't physically met them yet, but yeah, we're always growing. I think we're close to about maybe 20 people, though I'm not sure. It could be a lot more by next month.
You'll find out after COVID stopped and you'll gather together. It's like, oh my God, there's hundreds of us. Cool. Well, I think that's pretty much all the questions there. I guess just one last question is: anyone sort of thinking getting into characters? What sort of stuff would you be looking for? Obviously, hair's a big plus, but
so the way our roles work, we do have we're looking for hair artists, groom artists, as well as character artists. If you join us as a character artist, you will be learning the hair workflow and the tools. If you're joining as a groom artist, you will be specifically enrolled to just focus on the hair stuff. But for a character artist role, because that's what I originally applied for, I guess you just have to show examples of even almost all aspects of a character art. It doesn't have to just be anatomy sculpting. You can just show that, oh, hey, I can texture this well in substance. Obviously, showing some any work at all on hair always draws our attention. Some creature work, I think for me, my portfolio was mostly creature art, and that happens to be what Airship were looking for at the time, because I made creature art for my first few months. But yeah, just show aspects that you know that this is what is required to make a finished character. It doesn't have to be all on one character. It can be just separate projects on their own for different for different characters, like one for a role-playing game, one for a sci-fi game. Yeah, anything really.
We've got one last question, I think, from Tom here. Wants to know, how many tries do you aim for? I mean, when I look at hair now, it's almost getting as many polys as the character itself. Like half of the poly count sometimes, these hairstyles.
So that would depend on what the client allows us to use. So we with the capabilities of current and next gen, of course, we have a decent amount of tries to play with. We have about it sort of varies. We've had some hairs that have had limitations from 10k tries to 50,000. But yeah, it totally depends on what the client wants, really. We've also worked on mobile games, and that's required using like a lot lower budget, and that has ultimately impacted on how we approach the making of the hairs. You can look at our on the Airship website. You can find the division work that we did and a breakdown on how we approach the hairs on those. That method, even though it's a few years old now, it's still a good method to use when a budget is relatively low.
And are you do you lot those hairstyles, or is that not so much?
If the client needs them, then yes. Sometimes they don't ask for them, which is good. But
that's a relief.
But yeah, the lodding procedure, funny enough, it's interesting how we approach it, because sometimes if a hair is seen from very far away, you're not going to be able to see the smallest strands. So you might as well get rid of those cards entirely. So that's one way on how we approach the loading, by deleting cards, and at the same time it's reducing the try count, which is great.
Well, I think that's pretty much a wrap. So thanks very much, Thomas. That was an awesome presentation, really interesting.
Thank you.
And so I can see from all the comments, there's loads of really like, wow, that's amazing.
Oh, cheers.
So if anyone wants to check out Thomas Howell Evans, go to his ArtStation, have a look at his characters. And okay, thanks very much for coming today. Really appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. All the best. Hey, and welcome back. So next up, I'd like to pass over to Philip Valentine, who's the 2D animation lecturer at the University of Hertfordshire. So
hello.
See you later, guys.
Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Phil.
As you can see, I did a bit of grooming here myself in lockdown. I quite enjoyed that talk from Airship, and for all you people who like hair, I'm sure that was a really special talk. Now we have a company called Blink Inc. And Ben Lull is from there, and he's a producer there. So he will be showing us a couple of spots. One is predominantly 2D with a 3D twist. The other one's a little bit more interesting and VFX heavy, and he'll talk about both of those. So my history with Blink, they used to be called just Blink. So 30 years ago, if you saw in the YouTube comments there, I did a few spots with them a long time ago where Lenny Henry was the voice, and they had a little kind of a groovy dog character. So I'm going to just post that link. You guys could watch that later on. Then just before I came to Hearts, I was closing my studio and I did some freelance work with Blink Inc. And Ben was the producer there. I worked with a whole bunch of my peers and colleagues and we're all a little bit on the veteran side, I would say. But that was a very nice throw into Toon Boom, and doing some fairly, I would say, picky 2D work with 3D environments, following real live action reference of all the rugby players. So Ben will talk us through that. So thank you very much for coming, Ben. And I think I'm going to leave it with you. You're going to chat for a while, then you're going to show your films, then you're going to chat for a while again, and then we'll do the Q&A. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And you feel free to jump in, Phil, if I'm saying anything that's not very helpful. So I'm an exec producer at Blink Inc. now. I've hung up my producing gloves. And now I just, boss other people around, which is lovely.
Oh, cool.
But so I thought what I'd do is I'd just explain a little bit about Blink Inc. I've got those spots, the O2 spot that we worked on together is one of the strongest, biggest 2D projects that we've done. Primarily commercial projects, and then there's also, because you said you've got some VFX and CG sort of strands to your courses. There's an interesting project, mixed media project that we did for Wimbledon last year, which was just an interesting talking point, really. Once I've kind of introduced I've also got, I've wondered what I often do on some of these talks is talk about what it's like leaving uni and getting work, and some very candid information about how we deal with graduates, or how we can't sometimes deal with graduates. I'm fairly famous for not pulling my punches with some of the advice that I give. So
also, you look pretty young, so you left uni not too long ago, I'd imagine.
Well, about 15 years ago now, 16 years. It feels a long time for me.
For me, it was almost 40.
Yeah. We've all done our 10,000 hours by now. Yes, so Blink Inc. If those of you are not aware of Blink Inc., we are, and as Phil alluded to, Blink Productions. Blink Productions is kind of an umbrella company with different departments, is the best way to call it. We do a lot of specializing at the moment in commercials. So all of the John Lewis ads and all of the big fancy TV commercials that you watch, lots of them have been made by Blink. And Blink Inc., which I'm responsible for, is what we'd call our craft and animation sort of department or specialist area arm of the company. We represent directors for commercial work, but we kind of do a bit of everything. We're not kind of like, we've got an animation studio which has been growing for the last couple of years, so we have a small CG pipeline. We take on a lot of 2D work, but it's always for our own projects or commissions that have come straight to us. And we will often do stop motion, live action, puppets, and my ideal project to produce was always one that smashed all of those things together. So that's the kind of Blink, an explanation of Blink Inc. We've also got in the company Blink Industries, which is a few years old for our long form kind of narrative work and IP development. And we are, the longer term plan is for Blink to become a fully formed kind of entertainment company with a commercials department rather than a commercials department with an entertainment sort of arm. We've got 2 shows in production already. Dead India, which is just announced recently, we're based on some graphic novels by Hamish Steele. So that's a fully funded Netflix series with two series in production. And also, some of you may be familiar with Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, which I've produced some of the YouTube films, and that's just been commissioned by the BFI and Channel 4 for a full 6-episode, half-hour series run, which is very, very exciting. So, it might be a good sort of time before I kind of launch into all of the advice sort of stuff and some more detail. This isn't a technical presentation, although I am a massive nerd and I could talk about things not to the level of detail of your incredible groom artist who was just there before. But this is more of a kind of talking about working thing afterwards, I guess. David, if you want to tee up we'll show the O2 animation, and there's a couple of making ofs, which gives you a little bit of an indication of what it's like behind the scenes, and a bit of breakdown of how we how we did the Wimbledon job. So there's a 2-minute film, which is the rugby commercial, O2 commercial, followed by a making of, and then the Wimbledon spot followed by a making of, which may just be something you guys want to ask questions about. And then I'll start talking a little bit more about some things about working in the industry and some hints and tips.
Great.
Cool. So.
Eyewitness reports are coming in from all over the country.
Passengers in cabin crew should now be seated with their seatbelts fastened and directed to the upright.
Make them giants. Wear the rose.
By Crawford, gives the title to Perry. 6-3, 6 love, 7.
The men who first set foot upon the summit of Everest have returned.
Althea Gibson does it. What an achievement. 3, 2, 1.
Broadcasting in such vivid colours now means Wimbledon can be seen in all its glory.
The cup has gone back to the champion of champions.
The future of the Berlin Wall is now up in the air.
She sees the Wimbledon moments.
700 miles per hour.
Sampras is the new champion.
Here as the world celebrates the millennium. A spectacular history.
Roger Federer really is the glory.
It's a new era for medicine. Scientists.
The Mars rover has landed.
Unbelievable.
Is another golden moment from Wimbledon.
And
hey there. So I know you guys have. I'm also on the YouTube feed, so I've clocked some of the questions coming through. I'm just gonna chat on a little bit. Might answer some of the questions about how we hire people in the studio. Now you've seen a little bit of the sort of stuff that we get up to and how we approach projects. I mean, I think the O2 obviously was a very big 2D job. Big crew. It was great to hire Phil as one of the animators, and as you said, some of his contemporaries with kind of a pedigree that goes back all the way to Space Jam, I believe, was one of the things that lots of people worked on. That was a fantastic project, and it was one of the best things I've ever produced. I loved that, as challenging as it was. Sadly, the England rugby team didn't keep up their end of the bargain and went out in the first round. And at that point, everybody didn't really care about the advert. We were very proud of it, but it didn't do what everybody was hoping. And we didn't make them giants; they were rubbish. And then the O2, the Wimbledon job is really interesting because lots of people don't realise how we made it. It's very much in the spirit of Blink Inc. and how we approach animation mediums, which is to try and use them with the story and the visual sort of challenge as the reason for doing stuff. And I think that's one of my kind of big pointers really, which is look at if you're a director or you're an animator, always look at what you're doing and ask yourself why you're doing it. It's always some of the best work that we've ever done. There's always a kind of creative reason for the technique. It's not just a technique for the sake of doing what you do, and being creative with problem solving, and fitting within a budget and a schedule, and finding ways of effectively doing what you've been asked to do, isn't just kind of like, well, this is the only way I know how to do things. It's like, well, how else can I do it? And we were always trying to push. We're always, and one of our ethos really as a company is, how can we solve this problem in a creative and interesting way, not just keep feeding stuff into a pipeline and getting similar results out just to kind of churn through jobs. So we're always prioritizing our creative. I mean, one of the things I was going to briefly kind of run through before I go on to all of the kind of questions about some of the projects specifically, because this isn't really a technical sort of chat. It's some of the stuff that we look for when we're hiring people. Some of the watch outs for how to behave as a freelancer, and our experience of working with people after leaving uni. And some very blunt, candid conversation, suggestions about pay, which is something that people don't talk about, and is one of the scariest and weirdest things. When you leave it, you don't really have a reference. The main thing about contacting people is just understanding when you're looking for work, where you fit. Where does the work that you've done fit within, and being aware and understanding the level of your abilities is one of the crucial sort of things to think about that. I mean, we are a small, very small company in the grand scheme of things. When you're looking at your frame stores and your big games companies and people who are hiring hundreds of crew, when we have a project the biggest projects we have, we'll have 20, 30 people on. They're short schedules where there isn't much margin for error. The pay in commercials is good, but we can't hire anybody who isn't already brilliant. There isn't a lot of junior sort of people within there because we don't have the time on a project. We only expand and contract based on the projects that we have. So we're always only hiring very experienced people for the big commercial work. Obviously your reel and the work that you send in is the main thing that we judge people on, but it's not the whole story. Because you could have the most incredible animation anyone's ever seen, and it's 10 seconds of it and it's perfect. But if that took you 2 years to make, that's not going to work on a 2-month turnaround job when we need to get through 5 shots and everything needs to be that good. There's an element of kind of like of building relationships, which is the most important thing. Being humble and trying to get your foot in the door and impress people. And then when you've got that opportunity, just carrying on being brilliant. And one of the things I keep saying is nobody wants to work with an asshole. That's one of my sort of big tips, is that when you've got those opportunities, if you are difficult or something, then you won't get hired again. That's kind of obvious, but it's surprising how few people, how often people kind of get stroppy about things and behave in a way that kind of goes, no, maybe I won't hire that person again. From a financing point of view, obviously as a graduate applying for junior positions, you might be looking for something on a salary. I mean, we operate primarily with freelancers only, and a lot of the industry runs on freelance. Animation is quite good because they can be quite long hires, even on a freelance basis. So there's more secure than, let's say, a live action sort of crew who will get hired for a 2-day shoot in commercials, and then that might be the only work you get all month. You may want to look for series work or kind of features work where there is a much bigger hierarchy. So junior sort of entry level positions, doing cleanup in 2D, doing modeling and assisting and things in CG, and being part of a bigger team is a safer environment to learn. And that being said, we've hired interns and graduates who have been incredible. And to be honest, even though the pay for an internship is very low, after not very long, you kind of go, well, we kind of have to hire them properly because they're doing amazing work. And, those sorts of people are incredibly valuable. And we love to nurture that sort of talent. And Philip, I think if you remember Salah, who was the intern on O2, she learned Toon Boom better than anybody else. And we've tried to hire her on a number of things afterwards, and she's doing
absolutely.
very well.
I had that very same experience myself many times in my studio. The keen young ones, if they just sit in the corner and developed, you'd want to get help them up.
But that is, that's crucial, really. But just being, when you get the opportunity, just doing everything you can to show off and show how important it is to you, because it's starting of a career. And we want brilliant people in the studio and in the industry, and we want to nurture that sort of talent. I think from a pay point of view, commercial work, somebody who's leaving uni, I kind of put people into different brackets, and the freelancers are being paid when in the junior level between 120 to 180 a day for kind of assistant work as a freelancer. Longer term contracts like series may have lower because they're based on the salary, but my freelancer, when you're getting towards the kind of junior to mid-level stuff, you're on 200 to 250 a day. which can be, is good. It's pretty good. And then when you've got a lot of experience, we'd be expecting you to be around 300 to 350 a day, which the senior artists are on. And bearing in mind, animation can be a long booking, and upwards to very specialist techniques. Our experience of in some of the CG and concept art, and people, really, really talented people are about 400 to 450 a day. People at that level are, would be probably a shorter hire. I'd struggle on a budget to hire somebody at that level for months. But also they have to be really good. Often they are so fast and so high quality that they're worth they do twice the amount of work in the shorter space of time as a couple of juniors on the project anyway. So, it's more, and that's for me as a producer to build those relationships. I will always hire the people that I trust before taking a gamble on somebody I haven't worked with before. Just because work's hard and fast, and we've got to give people opportunities, but you're busy and you've got lots of projects on, you kind of just try and get the best people you can trust in, which stands to reason. So get your foot in the door, impress people, become one of those safe pairs of hands, and you'll be absolutely flying. No problem at all. What else was I going to talk to? Oh, well, just a little thing, when you start out, save some money for your tax bill. It's something that people don't really talk about, but I've known people who haven't saved money for their tax bill when they're freelance, and after 2 years they have to go and work in a bar and then stop their career because they can't afford to pay their tax because they've spent all the money that they earned in the first couple of years out of uni, and then they get a big tax bill. Just a little hint there. So the only other thing from a rates pay thing is music videos are quite an interesting thing. One, especially if you're wanting to direct stuff, they're a good opportunity to make things, but also they have very little money. So as opportunities if you were to contact a company and say, I'd really like to, come in and help out, or I'd like to work on stuff. And there's an element of serendipity and luck involved with cold calling and sending CVs in. You send me your email, or to our intern thing or log thing, we're very, very busy, and I may not reply to you. Let's say that I won't reply to you because I'm really busy and I don't necessarily have time. And I get about, on average, 200 to 300 emails a day. So I filter through them, and I don't necessarily answer everything that comes in. Phil knows this because I've been terrible at replying to him.
Not too bad.
But
Ben, could I maybe quickly steer us into maybe a specific relevant question, which is sort of in the neighborhood you're speaking of anyway. We don't have too much time, but there was one question, and I think it might have been from Kev. I'm not sure, but it was regarding your internship. I believe somebody spotted something on your website. So could you just quickly speak a little bit about what that might be?
Well, we do try and run internships. Again, as I was saying, there's an element of luck to it because we tend to it's easier for us to hire people in internships when we know we've got a project that needs their skills on. So always send your CV in, always contact them. We keep things on record. And if you don't hear from us, keep in touch. And by that, I mean, every month or so, send something in. The other thing I would say is keep working. So with the internships, we try and take on interns. Pay is very low. To be honest, we've actually come into a little bit of bother with the internships in that we were offering below, we thought we were doing a good thing, but it was a below minimum wage kind of like work experience style internship thing, which isn't actually allowed. So we have to be careful with the interns that we hire, making sure that we were paying some expenses and trying to make sure that we were doing the right thing. But the government says we're not allowed to pay expenses. We're not allowed to do certain things. So it's actually made it harder to hire people, which is really rubbish.
Somewhat counterproductive. But
it is a little bit because
I would like to maybe say one thing. In my relationship with you, I mean, we don't know each other that well, but I do remember very much that you were an extremely patient and kind and generous person, and you drove this crazy ship with such calmness. And I think for people to maybe try to reach out to you, I think you're a really good contact in the industry, a really precious quality to produce a piece of animation is kind of hell in a way. But I always thought that,
Swan mentality.
well, having done it myself for so long, it was really fun to watch you there, being super chilled. Not, of course, it's horrible situations, but I have to commend you on that. And so for the students to look for someone in the industry who kind of has a healthy approach to getting things done, I think you are full of the charm and wisdom that's come with actually producing gigantic problematic jobs. So I think if maybe the students could reach out to you once in a while, and if you they get a response from you, that would be really excellent.
Absolutely. I mean, just be patient and be persistent. As I often say, it's not that I don't love people; it's just I don't have time to love people. That's the thing. It's worth going through some questions. I hope that would just little kind of.
I think we probably have run out of time, really. I just have one quick question, probably that I thought of myself, which might be relevant. Could you predict at the moment that Brexit is actually pretty good for the UK animators? There's going to be less foreign competition for them. So,
well, yes and no. I mean, the industry is doing very well. We're going to get cheaper for foreign investment, American, different people doing jobs. We've got tax breaks for animation, Netflix, and the streaming wars that are about to come with all that. This means that the series industries is probably going to boom. So I think animation is actually looking quite good. If you just give me a couple of minutes, I will very quickly run through some of the questions on the YouTube thing that I can see, because they're very quick answers.
2 minutes.
Yeah, main software programs that we use in the studio. We actually use Modo at the moment for CG, TV Paint for 2D, Toon Boom for 2D, all of the Adobe stuff all of the time for pretty much everything. Those are the sort of the main things. There's all sorts of other smaller sort of things. After Effects for a lot of comp, Nuke for comp. So yeah, a bit of everything depending on what the job needs. How long do we spend in the character design phase? It depends how long the schedule is. Something like O2 was very hard because it had to look like the rugby players. We had a few weeks to a month on that, but on average, we need to turn around character designs in a few weeks on a commercial and get them signed off by a client. What do you look for when you hire people? 2D specifically, really good work. Your show reel speaks, volumes, and the higher quality your animation, the better. What's the average turnaround for these projects? O2 was 6 to 8 months, which is a really big one. Really, commercials have about 3 to 4 months for an animation, ideally, sometimes less. Character design portfolios, just really good character designs. Thinking about things that look like, if it's a 2D character design, that they look like they can be animated. Character designs with beautiful, and personality and soul. Like, I like to see performance in character designs that are just soulless kind of like turnarounds. They need to be done for the animators, but they don't tell me that you've got character in there. So character in your character designs. How specialist do you want applicants to be? I don't mind as long as the work's amazing. It's the best person in the world for us is a generalist who's a master at everything. But that doesn't necessarily exist. So just whatever you're doing, do it really, really well.
And one thing, while I was with you, Ben, that crew was a fairly large crew, and you had all these new graduates doing all like the ink and paint side of it, and then we had a bunch of older people doing the animation. And I think that's pretty normal balance. Eventually, those younger people will become the animators, but to get an entry-level job, I don't think everybody should be expecting that they're going to be animating. They might start at bottom.
No, I mean, there's all sorts of ways in, and I think the assisting is a good thing on 2D. And applying for junior roles, you just need to show that you've got enough basic skills, but you're expected to learn.
Hey Ben, we got to call it quits.
Okay.
So thank you so much for coming in, and appreciate it. I'll speak to you again later on. Hopefully some people will get in touch with you. But yeah, cheers, eh? I think David's gonna knock you out of there, and then.
Roger that. There's no turning back now.
Eyewitness reports are coming in from all over the country.
Passengers in cabin crew should now be seated with their seatbelts fastened and directed to the upright.
Make them giants. Weather roars.
Okay, well, welcome back. Now, hopefully you guys enjoyed Ben, because that's the first time he's had an outreach to the university, although he actually does. He told me he does lots of things like that. So maybe he can come back and give us a proper talk. He said he could talk for hours if he's given the time. And I hope you enjoyed the work that they've done, the O2 spot, some of that work, and there's mine. And I just sent a link to the chat there on YouTube to a spot that I did for Blink 30 years ago with Lenny Henry as the voice. So check that out. And ironically enough, that too is a 2D with live action sort of artwork backgrounds in there. So here we have Frank. Frank's just joined us. Let's hear a little bit of the ukulele.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
how's everybody?
Steampunk Frank.
I'm also joining you, everybody from, well, people are at home, but I live in an airship. So if you look up from your window, you might see me above you. I'm right now above, I think, Basingstoke or something. I can see tiny people down there, losers, I call them. So yeah, we're going to talk about the showreel, the best showreels that we have. I think Phil has something to say about them.
Well, yeah, Frank and I, we are just here to introduce the 10 showreels that have been chosen. Now, just to speak briefly about how we came about this, it was like put out to the students to submit their reels. So we received a number of them, of course, and then we chose 10 to fill this gap. And the purpose of the reels who have a project that didn't get done. So the show reels serve that purpose as well, to highlight some people who maybe didn't participate in a film that wasn't necessarily completed and chosen. The other thing is that it is open to everyone. So this year we don't have a first year reel, although that has happened in the past, but we do have one reel from a second year student. So pay attention. That comes from a whole roster of people. And I think we're just going to let them roll. But after that, Frank and I were coming back before we introduce lunch. So so here we go. 10 show reels. They'll be over before you know it.
Drink another glass of lemonade, it's going to run out of my ears.
I beg your pardon? No, I didn't. Well, I beg to disagree with you. What did you say to that? What did you say to him? On air.
Hey,
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? The number of skills that our students have. They're all for hire, by the way, so give them a job. And it's all thanks to us. I mean, we made them. We're the people that made them. What are we going to do now, Phil? Oh, we're going to go to lunch, yeah?
I'm starving to death. As
Yeah.
good as the work is, now we what we felt would be a healthy and sane way to run this day was that we would take an hour break. So we're a little bit past the time, but the plan is that we come back live at 2 p.m. So we have like just over 45 minutes to go to that. But just want to quickly say that these reels are incredible, and a lot of the students there are not students that I see on a regular basis. So by the end of the year, I'm always really blown away by the games, the 3D and the VFX students who I maybe know to see them a little bit, and maybe sometimes I see them here and there, but I really am not closely involved with usually what they're doing. And by the end of the year, it's just like, and it's just like super, super professional stuff. And it's always a pleasant surprise. So
Yeah, that is absolutely what Phil and I we
we're
see.
supposed to say. We're supposed to say one thing about the
Oh yeah,
audience.
there's the audience this afternoon. Remember, when you look at the films, if you look underneath the stream on YouTube, there is a link to something that you can vote, direct page that you can vote for your favorite film or your favorite project.
Can't do that. You can't do it yet, though. After
You
there's
can't do it yet. You have to go to lunch first. There will also be a clock on the screen while you are having lunch, so you know how much time is left for you to finish your cigar and your last brandy, or get another one or something. And we'll be back at 2 sharp, hopefully sharp, and it will be awesome. I think we said everything.
Yep, we have Dan and Martin will be picking up at 2. Then what we're going to do is we'll have like groups of 3 clusters of film. So it's all very planned. And thank you very much to David Tree for pulling this off so well.
Yeah, he's just behind us in the cloud somewhere.
So look, lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
Hello, it is I, your academic lord and savior.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
everybody.
back. Hope you had a good lunch and you're ready for the afternoon selection of student projects and awards. Every year, our students compete with each other to have the chance to get their work shown at our end-of-year animation festival, and that's what's coming up next.
Yeah, we've had a great morning, some great industry talks, great show reels, and now we're going to show a whole bunch of student films. Update from the chat, there's been no report on any bear attacks at all this morning, so that's excellent. I also promised the chat that if we got 250 viewers this morning, I would eat a Kit Kat. So I have the Kit Kat. I can confirm that we got, I think, a bit like 268-ish. So I'm about to take a bite of Kit Kat live on stream.
Okay, so what we're saying is that the Kit Kat future is looking bleak, I'm afraid. Sorry, Kit Kats. Everybody else enjoyed this chocolate themed commercial response. One thing we would like to say about, actually, you've seen it a couple of times so far today, is the reel that was made for today of all the students, a selection of the students' work. We'd like to thank Toby Trangmire and Laith Shawesh for putting that together. It's a great edit of some wonderful work, and it really shows off the real wide range and skill and talent that our students have. So thanks very much, chaps, for putting that together. It was really good of you.
Yeah, we have 350 students producing work every year, and so competition to get into film day is really tough, and we don't have room to show everything. So it's great to see a little bit of everyone's work every year. So I think we should now be inviting Phil into the chat alongside us. Let's
get some Phil
for student comments. Oh no, there will be no Vor. Don't worry, whoever just requested no Vor. There's Phil.
Hello, Phil.
Hey, Phil. I think I mentioned it in the YouTube chat earlier, but the wonderful picture behind Phil is actually the Grand Prix trophy. So that's what people stand to win in the Grand Prix prize at the end of the whole day.
Oh, I thought Phil won it. That's why he's got it behind him.
No,
okay.
It goes to the winner.
Okay. Phil's always the winner in my books. Anyway.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna step off the stream now and leave you guys to introduce the first block of films in the afternoon, and I'll see everyone else again at the end of the afternoon. Bye, everybody.
Sure. Bye. For the first block of films we're going to show, I'm joined by Phil, as you know. While we're watching these films and all the other films you're going to see this afternoon, please keep a note of the ones which impress you the most. You've got a chance to vote on your favourite film to win the Audience Prize Award. Look at the information below the YouTube stream on the link. I'll point down, it's down there. To click on to register your vote, make sure you've watched all the films first. So what will happen when the last film is played, as we get through the last film, the actual voting thing will become live at that point, and you can then vote. So we're not letting you vote until you've seen all the films. Okay, you will need a Gmail account to vote to make sure that it works for you. So I hope you've got that set up. All the films will also be available on our Vimeo channel after their premiering. If you want to watch them again, then the address for that will obviously be vimeo.com/UHanimation. Okay, over to you, Phil.
Thank you very much. So yeah, the trophy there, this is the fourth one I've made. Two times I made it solidly out of glass. Last year was a combination of wood and glass. This year as well, it's a combination of wood and glass. But I thought it'd be like a nice thing for whoever wins the prize to get something that's different from the other trophies. So that's what that's all about. And so now we're going to show you the student select. So I guess for those people who don't know, across second and third years, students could submit their films if they were completed or projects. There are quite a few. I think we had maybe 35 or something. I can't remember exactly the number that we actually had to choose from. Then we honed it down to around, every year it's around 17, 18 films or projects that make the cut. And this year's like that as well. So we have really strong work from every pathway, and I think a pretty solid mix of third and second year films as well. So what we've done is put them in clusters of 3. So you're going to get 3 blocks. Each block has around 6 films in there. And it's a mix. So there's no correlation between what you're going to get. So we tried to have every cluster a sample of VFX 3D games or 2D. Of course, some projects are a little bit cross-pollinated. So at the moment, we are starting with a second-year 2D film called Harumi from Laura Lynn and Victoria. Each film, you'll see an introduction video, maybe one we don't have an introduction video made by the students themselves, and that's really helpful. They go some length to express their gratitude, explain the film a little bit, maybe talk about the processes a little bit. But I would just like to say very quickly, and Martin, if are you okay with this, I'll speak about a couple of these films, but some you know way better than I do. So initially, the film Haruhi is kind of like a gentle slice of someone's day. It's a bit non-narrative, but I think it does show off what second-year students can do. So, and quite often 2D students don't collaborate. This is a collaboration, and I think two people collaborating is not a bad thing. We never have huge groups collaborating in 2D, but that's quite good. Martin, would you like to talk about Fish Food? You know far more about that project than I
Sure.
do.
It's well, Fish Food's a lovely little comedic 3D animation piece. It's got some beautiful colouring, lovely lighting, and a great bit of animation, and it's fairly surreal. I think I don't want to say more without ruining it. I could mention that Mission Intelligence is probably going to make you hungry, just to warn you all. A really great piece, rendered in Unreal, all real time. It's really good, great work. Fusspot is a fantastic bit of visual effects, which just goes to show why perhaps pets aren't the greatest things to have in the kitchen. You know, sometimes not. Yeah. So it's a lovely mixture of films, and I think we should roll with them now.
Could I just quickly say something about the other films? So just to mention that Fusspot is actually a second-year project as well, which is always fun to bear in mind. The other two films are two 2D films. One's Imaginary from Megan Ryan, is a third-year film, and it does have, it's a solo project, very ambitious. There's a kind of like an aesthetic charm to it, which is a kind of holistic, integrated feeling. She really achieved what she set out to do, which is great. Dirty Talk is a second-year film from, again, a collaboration between two ladies who they're just really talented, and they sort of complemented each other extremely well. They too made a very strong animatic and just stuck with it, and the end result extremely close to that animatic, which I think is a testament to diving in fresh, staying fresh, trying to maintain that freshness throughout. Not easy to do, but I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that I think they have achieved very much to capture that freshness. Very, very serious film as well. I think it's got a powerful message in there, so pay attention to that one. Okay, I think maybe we've said enough.
Certainly have.
Hello everyone, my name is Victoria Barglick. I am the creative director of Haruhi, the film you're about to watch right now. Haruhi is the name we've given our main character, which also happens to mean clear day, and our film shows one such day as Haruhi navigates through her world.
What started out as an emphasis on color soon turned into an emphasis on sensation. We wanted to give our audience a feeling of serenity as they watched, to possibly even invoke a sense of nostalgia.
The film you're about to see isn't as much about the story as it is about the feeling it invokes within you. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy Haruhi.
I'm happy to present to you Fish Food. It is a film about a jaded working adult who sees his new boss for the first time. Hi, I'm Deborah Ling and I'm the project coordinator and art director. I'm also in charge of the lead concept, modeling and texturing.
Hi, my name is Jalissa and I'm the animator for Fish Food.
I'm Charlie. I was responsible for lighting, rendering and compositing in Fish Food.
And from all of us here in Fish Food, we would like to thank our friends, families, lecturers and freelancers who have helped us to realize the film to what it is today. Please enjoy.
So, here's the lunchroom where you can have your meals. Anyway, I'm excited to have you on board. I've heard so many good things about you. Such a young manager. Need me, you know where to find me.
Hello. Hey. What?
Hello, my name is Megan Ryan and I'm the creative Imaginary. I wanted to create a soft, warm-hearted film with a storybook feel to it, about imagination and how it evolves as we grow, and how we do not have to leave it behind. I was also inspired by my passion for nature and creature animation, which led to the idea of a little boy and his imaginary unicorn running through the forest. I'd like to thank Phil Valentin for his guidance, and Toby Ellis for his wonderful music and sound design. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoy.
Hi. I'm Nisa.
I'm Jenna.
And I'm Alex.
Over the past 6 months, we've put our heart and soul into making this tasty film. Despite the pandemic, we've pushed through and completed something we can all be proud of.
We wanted to create something that would parody a typical spy film whilst also putting a humorous spin on it.
We also want to include the visual style of film noir.
We would like to thank our lecturers and our families for their continued support throughout these trying times.
We would also like to thank our amazing team of freelancers who, without them, this film would not be possible.
And we hope you enjoy the film, and we hope it doesn't make you too hungry.
The all-new Espionage Royale, the secret that's so good you can't resist. Only at Vincent's. Actual burger size may vary. Vincent's does not take responsibility for burger-related laxative effects. Eat at your own risk.
Hello everyone, my name is Paulina.
My name is Eremos.
I'm Piers and I'm the core animator on Fusspot.
Hi, my name is Jihuan and I did the rigging.
Hi everyone, my name's Callum and I was the main compositor for our film.
I was responsible for modeling and additional parts like blend shapes and shot sculpting.
I'm very grateful to have had an opportunity to work with a talented group of people and to be responsible for effects in our film Fusspot.
This project was a lot of fun to work on, and I think I owe that mostly to the team I got to make it with, so thank you, and I hope you like it.
I learned a lot from this experience, and I believe that everyone who worked on this project also learned a lot.
The film couldn't be made possible at all without the never-ending support from both UH staff and its alumni, as well as everyone else who we've met along the way.
Big thanks to everyone that contributed their time and helped us to refine our film. It was a big pleasure. I hope you enjoy.
What do you think? Is the roast too much? Hey! Ready?
Welcome to Pillow Talk.
Hey! Like the name of our film.
Exactly. Dirty Talk is a story that needed to be told by us. It's from the heart.
We put a lot of emotions, artistry, passion into this film. A lot of personal beliefs and morals.
It was based on true events.
What you're about to see may disturb you. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
And Martin.
And
saying
Martin.
yes to this idea.
Thanks for letting us do this, even though you recommended that we didn't.
Thank you. Mummy.
Thank you, Mama.
And Molly and Barney.
And the dogs.
And Giselle.
And
Smelling
Giselle.
the way she does.
Yes. We love that scent.
Have a great time and stay safe, everyone.
Ciao.
Giggly Goombas! Did you shot?
Ah, you must mean this. Potato, pizza, pickle, Gary, peanuts, and bread.
You can't eat that. It's radioactive. People will die.
You're being dramatic.
Good morning. The air smells of deadly farts. Stay inside.
Man, your HP! Oh, I should have listened. I can't die of virgin. Wait. Rodent stench prevent power! Well, what do I do? I know. The magical godfather. Can you help us? There's an antidote to cure Muck's stink.
Go.
It's guarded by the beast of the waste.
Go.
You're telling me we must go on a quest to defeat the beast until he's deceased so we may be released from Muck's... Yeah? You know the way? Well, what in the fuck is that? Well, what the fuck are you? You have the antidote. You must die. Ban your HP again, but you're still a virgin.
Piece of peace. So, where's that antidote? Maybe the real antidote was the friends we made along the way, and we should accept you for who you are.
Don't believe what's on the telly. Sometimes everyone's smelly bit of dirt makes me want to
Flirt.
If you're a dreamer or a thinker, sometimes everyone's a stinker. Nobody's feelings should be getting hurt. You're not going to hell if you've got a funky smell. So don't you worry, go be gassy, may as well.
Hey, Phil.
Are we back in now? That just faded out. No, there's still a little bit there going. Okay,
I think there's
see what I mean? That's a really serious film. Let's take home all that message there and try to improve your life. Can't ask for anything more from a couple of second years.
Very funny. Awesome.
And as a cluster of films, you can see what we mean about it being varied. Pardon me, I just have to turn off my audio. There we go. So we have another block of films coming up. And again, it's very varied. And Frank and I will just take turns to chat about them a little bit. But Frank, did you want to say anything in particular about the films that we just saw?
Yeah, so the first three films. The first one is called Honey, and it went through many iterations. The students were changed their ideas so many times, and people changed groups. But in the end, they made something really funny. Chloe Roberts, Dominique Lancuvel, Adrian Theo, and Mia Berman-Levy did absolutely amazing, funny job. You will see. The second one after that is a 2D project called Rise by Eugene Endo Mingala. Gorgeous little 2D animation, beautifully shot, well framed. The colors, it's like a little poetry. Absolutely fantastic just to look at. The third one is a comics and concept art reel that I made. I made it with all the best projects that we had. So this is a kind of a newish area. We've had some comics in the past, but we're having more and more of those, and the quality is being raised quite high. So you will see that we cater from people who do kids stories all the way to gothic horror and hyperreal rendering like classic concept arts, plus comics in the middle. So yeah, it's quite an amazing array of things. Yeah, and the next one is Phil, I think.
Right, and then next film in this group will be Unfold, which is a second-year film. Now, Unfold is like from the VFX students who I don't see like intimately, like I see the 2D, but when they put their work up in 1B07 back in, I guess, January, very impressive. And I think they really beat the story into shape. I do remember having many conversations at the start about just exactly what is the story going to be. And then, I don't see them for months. And then I see the final film is just like, whoa, that is unbelievable. So again, like my contributions are a bit at the beginning and then like blown away at the end. So I think you'll love this. They go out and they shoot the live action and the actor is a student and, it holds together really, really well. Really shows off what they can do extremely well. Next film is a game, cinematic called Anura. Now, again, a second-year project, and again, this is not a project that I had much to do with. I think my involvement with this project was to supply them with biscuits in 1B03, and then all these students would come into my room. Oh, hi, Phil, how's it going? And then leave again. And then at the end of the semester, I see this incredible thing that Daniel Hill, Callum Beadle, Sam Mason, Jack Foley, Carmen Priest, and Eretz put together. And the first time I saw it, it just went on and on and on, set piece after set piece after set piece, like these grand vistas and a whole world invented apparently from nothing. So I was really, really impressed with that, and I hope you will be as well. Now, how exactly these games are made, I don't know. It's like a alchemy. It's like magic for me. So, but the next film, Isolated by Ihong Tana, I know a little bit more about how this one's made. So we call her Jojo, Ihong Jojo. She didn't send in an intro, which is okay. Now, just to tell you a little bit of backstory with the film is she had a completely different idea that was going to be, she draws so well, it's scary, and it was going to be a semi-realistic style, and a rather, I would say, maybe a kind of a heavy story. But she wanted to do something different. So kind of late in the day, like I would say the end of February or something, completely changed her mind, started afresh. And so this is what you have, her film Isolated. And just to let you know, for those of you who don't know her or her work, this film is a major stylistic departure for her and is well out of her comfort zone. But I guess a testament to her talents is she pulls it off really well. And she seems very comfortable in this style as well. Again, a solo project. I think I just want to go back and quickly mention, because Frank and I did mean to mention the name. So on Unfold, the VFX film, we have Luca Tonelli, Katrina Ludzit, Maya Storm, Shastra, and Noel Uchendu, just to remember about who the heck made these films. So
right.
now I hope we've spoken enough. Dave's going to let them roll.
Yeah, I also forgot to say the names of the concept and comic book artists.
Oh, yeah, you might as well. Good idea, yeah.
Yeah, Kim Han Nguyen, Yusra Shahid, Michael Lawless, Adele Paleshka, and Kay Tong. There were others, but these are the selected ones. Well done, them. And
keep the comments going on YouTube. It's lovely to see these comments, so thank you so much.
I'm Mia.
I'm Dom.
I'm Chloe.
I'm Adrian, and we're the Honey team.
Honey is a VFX short about two drunken bees on a date. We want to say a massive thank you to everybody involved, to friends and family, and especially to Martin for putting up with us through all our 3 AM emails. We're sorry for all the sleep that you lost, but this project would not be possible without you and everybody else involved.
A massive thank you again, and we really hope you enjoy.
Bye!
But try and think kindly of me. Humor me just a little. Your beauty is as much to blame as I.
I've not had much experience with madmen, sir. How should I humor you?
Permit me. I have an insane desire to kiss your hand.
Honey whiskey. Better together. Please drink responsibly.
Hi everyone. So my name's Eugen. I'm really happy to know that my film Rise has been shortlisted. It's a non-narrative short film which basically follows a woman rise from sleep. I would say there's no particular meaning behind the film, but for me it is about rising, figuratively speaking. When I started making the film, I was in a bit of a slump, so in a way the whole process of completing the film helped me break out of that. Before I go, I would just like to say thank you to all my classmates for everyone's support and feedback. I'm really grateful, and of course I would like to thank all the lecturers. I specifically would really like to thank Phil. I feel really blessed to have him as my lecturer. So thank you, Phil, for your continuous support. And I think that's it from me. I hope you enjoy, and thank you for watching.
Hey everyone, this is the Unfold team. We hope you're enjoying your day so far at the Animation Exposé, and thanks for inviting us to be part of it.
We're a team of 4 people: Noel, who modelled and textured, Maya, who was responsible for animation, Katrina for lighting, rendering and compositing, and I, Luca, was responsible for rigging and creature effects.
Unfold is a short visual effects film that follows the story of a red-eyed crocodile skink that has been experimented on by a scientist and it turns into a dragon.
I just want to say big thanks to everyone who helped us create this film, from the lecturers to the freelancers, to people who helped us find locations, props, anything really. Your support from friends and family was just astonishing, and we really couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much.
We hope you enjoy our film and the rest of the Animation Exposé. Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Dan, the lead of Anura, here to present our game. I worked on the concepts, characters, rigging and animating in a good few environments. Had such a blast working with these wonderful people, and I can't wait for our next project. Hope you enjoy.
Hey, I'm Callum. I was the lead environment artist in Anura and I was responsible for the entire sewers environment. I've learnt so much from this team and I can't begin to thank them enough, and everyone else that supported the project. I love you all and I hope you enjoy it.
Hey up, I'm Sam. I was the lead blueprinter and VFX artist on Anura. I was responsible for things like the player controller and all the fire and water you're going to hopefully see throughout the trailer. Hope you enjoy it.
Hi guys, I'm Carmen and I was part of the environment team. I had a great time working with these guys and I learnt so much.
Hey guys, I'm Marit. I was also part of the environment and I was responsible for the watch tower and some assets, and can't wait to see what you guys think.
And now everyone say it with me. 3, 2, 1. Hope you enjoy it.
Hope you enjoy
it.
Awesome.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. Hey Neil, you know what? I'm just flying above your house at the moment. I can see you in your lounge there.
Hey, Frank.
I'm going to pass you my ukulele and you can play a song, yeah?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to.
Do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
I'll
Go for
pass you
it.
this. There you go.
God, you got big hands, Frank.
Yeah, I'm a bit larger than you.
Have you got that?
Oh yeah.
That?
I'll pass you that, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Does it take long to fly back to Basingstoke? Oh, it's a didgeridoo.
Yeah, it looks like a kazoo on my side, but...
Cool. Should we get on?
Yeah, let's get on.
Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, I'd just like to say that all those projects just look so good, and also the visual effects. One thing that you don't really you just take it for granted, don't you? But they've got to be like film managers, location managers. They've got to hire all the equipment, get on set. Just amazing. And then those games, they've got to be playable. The graphics, the stuff they're importing, it's just incredible.
Yep, I'm always amazed every single year. So this is the last block that we have to introduce before voting. I hope you remember, all of you will be asking questions, want to vote. You can only vote for one, unfortunately. So yeah, Neil.
So amazing, aren't they? So up next, we got Autocracy. It's going to be it's like a stealth kind of dystopian future kind of game. Lots of hacking, lots of enemies going around. It's a really good looking game. It just looks like a AAA title. So roll it.
The next film is Sunshine. It's a little VFX piece done by level 5 students. It looks really stunning. Very short, but it's well worth watching. The students involved Paula Ezuma, Kian Tarari V, and Lucas Povilonis. I think give the name of the students, it's always cool.
Okay. Let's quickly go back to Autocracy then. So we got Anthony, Mitchell, Lewis, Justin, Musa, and Joshua. And then, so up next, we got Virtual Dream, and that's Fan
Zizwan.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the next one is Uplink, which is another video game. Absolutely incredible amount of work in there. In contest for the rookies, I think. Leif Chevoyich, Jamie Callow, Gabriel Wolno, Vilte Benzuite, Thomas Sene, and Callum Beadle.
And then after that, we've got I Am the Only One by Toby Dragma.
Yeah, fantastic 2D piece. And finally, to finish the day, we have a VFX film called Bygone by Amy Wright, Daniel Ravanelli, Elliot Holland Crouch, Emily Shorten, Sam Moforth, Will Metcalf, and a lot of other students who did animation on that one. Yeah, I think you will enjoy that. Look, my ukulele is back. Thank you, Neil.
No, you're welcome.
Shall we roll the film?
Special thanks to our freelance asset artist and our freelance concept artist Dominic Nankerville. With your help, we were able to create a large environment with a load of cool, high quality assets and props, along with some amazingly unique and interesting character designs and concepts. So thanks very much, guys.
We worked really hard on this project this year, and would really like to thank our lecturers, friends and families for all their help, support and enthusiasm. We hope you enjoy.
everyone, I'm Keon.
I'm Paula.
I'm Lucas. We're really excited to show you a film that we've been working on for the last 6 months called Sunshine.
Our film is largely based on Jacob Brzezalski's work. It's about two nomads and their robot companions.
We'd really like to thank the animation team for your support and the resources that you provided for us while in lockdown. That was really, really helpful. And I would also like to thank the freelancers who worked on the film, our friends and family. We'd like to thank you very much for your support.
We hope you enjoy the film.
Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Zixuan, the director of The Virtual Dream. It is a story between doctor and patient, dream and reality. I walked alone and tried my best to bring emotion and satisfy to you. Thank you for all my friends and family, especially my teacher Phil. Please enjoy.
Last year, we as a team looked to immerse viewers in the dark world of Spire. This year, we're back, taking what we've learned, and we've created Uplink.
We got to work with so many talented people, and it was an absolute honour to work with all our freelancers, who we really couldn't have done the project without. They really saved us on this one, so thanks to all of you, you know who you are.
The film was very challenging to make, especially this year, but the whole team worked super hard on it, and I'm really proud of the end result, so I hope you enjoy it.
With this project, we really tried to squeeze as much out of Unreal Engine as we could, and really push Unreal to its limits. We put the project through our ray tracing converter we had shipped all the way from Mongolia, and the difference is night and day. I just basically pressed a few buttons and out popped Uplink. It's funny because high-tech stuff like this can basically replace us and take all of our jobs.
Please continue to stay safe, and I hope you enjoy it.
Uplink! Uplink!
He's the only working model we've got left, okay? Just cut off the drone signal and try to get back here in one piece. Copy?
Yeah, I got it. Come on, you big toaster. Let's get out of here. Come on. Well, we can't both fit through there. Bring up the map. So we'll split up along here. I'll go ahead to drone control. You can, you'll figure something out.
Hello, I'm Toby, creator of I Am the Only One. Making this film was a challenge, and I'm really proud to have been able to complete it this year. I want to say thanks to my fantastic freelancers. I wouldn't have been able to do it without them, and the university lecturers for putting up with me crashing in their classes so I could sit in the back and work. The IT department for constantly dealing with me harassing them for the past 9 months, and my incredible musicians Annika and Frederick Lloyd. Without further ado, this is my film, I Am the Only One. I hope you enjoy watching.
Hi, my name is Jadran Malkovic, and I'm here to introduce Bygone.
We wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone who helped out with this project, everyone who freelanced or was on set with us, or just like popped in and gave us advice.
We had a lot of fun together on set and also like just around set in the evenings, huddling up in front of like the fireplace there.
And then we'll come back at sort of 7 o'clock after filming for the day, and we'd all kind of eat dinner around the campfire. And yeah, it was just a really nice kind of cozy memory.
There was also one night we just casually learned how to, breathe fire. That was pretty cool.
We could have died on set and it was worth it.
Must admit, I'm super happy with how it all turned out, especially with like grabbing so many different people to work on a project and trying to pool all of these resources together to make a film work.
There were a lot of challenges working on the film, a lot of late nights, but I think in the end, the whole team learned a huge amount and had lots of fun.
But it should go without saying that none of this would have been possible if not for you guys who have kept us motivated, who have kept us inspired, and I really, really don't know what we would have made if not for you, so thank you so much.
So, here's a huge, huge shout out to a bunch of people who are amazing and talented and hungry and who are a treat to work with. Enjoy Bygone. Is that good enough? Yeah? Okay. Well, you know that you're paying extra for, me saying all this cheesy stuff.
Hey, welcome back. Oh man, this is amazing. On that last film there, the creature just blows me away every single time. I would like to thank especially this actor, Jadran Malkovich, because all the VFX students, they always hire these people that don't get paid. They just give them food, and these people give them 110%. So I know we're not there for them, but well done him and all the actors who have participated in our student projects. I'd just like to remind you that you can now vote, the public, the audience, if you follow my fingers and Neil's fingers, not too low. There is a link in the comments that you can vote for your favorite projects. I hope you remember them all, and I hope you know, well, hopefully you have one that stuck to you a bit more than the others, and you can vote for that one. That's just for the audience prize. And Neil's gonna talk to you about the other thing now.
So yeah, just before we play the next section, just wanted to mention as well that the way it runs today, the awards, the judges were all alumni currently working in the industry. So I'd just like to say a big thanks to ILM, Luzu, Random 42, Animate Storyboards, Super Spline, Animation Guys, Digital Extremes, Moving Picture Company, Creative Assembly, Space 8 Games, Jagex, and BaconX. So thanks for freeing up a bit of time for them to look through all the work, because there's a lot of fabulous work today. It's just amazing, especially under the COVID-19 conditions we've all had to put up with. So big round of applause to all our students.
Yeah, the first award is the showreel, I think. So are we rolling this? Okay, so the first prize is for the showreels, or the best showreel. And well, like all of our students are actually picked from varied areas that they're very good at: 3D modeling, animation, texturing, 2D design, etc. But there has to be a winner, and it was picked by a jury, and the winner is Amy Wright. Well done, Amy.
Woo!
Hey!
Hello, it is I, your academic lord and saviour, the DG, and I hope this finds you well and safe for this online film day. I'm coming to you live-ish from beautiful downtown southern Bedfordshire, and much more specifically, the Fortress of Solitude, which is my home office at the bottom of my garden. I certainly hope you like it, because this is the only way that any of you are ever going to see all of the bountiful treasures that exist within this room. Now, let's quickly talk about the hair. I haven't had a haircut now for 4.5 months, and it's currently at the length it was in 1994, when I was an undergraduate student myself at Winchester, and very successfully pulling off the Hugh Grant in 4 Weddings and a Funeral look. I have to be honest and tell you that I'm probably going to keep it this way. Not a mullet, of course, there's no need to be offensive, but certainly I am going to be saving myself several £100 million every year in hair gel expenditure. And I really think that if anything positive is going to come out of this dreadful global situation, it's really going to be that. Now, let's get down to brass tacks and talk about the essay. I don't need to tell anyone watching this that this academic year was completely shoved off the rails by the Rona, but one of the things that we noticed above all else in the animation team was the way that you all negotiated such pressured circumstances in a very focused, determined and professional way, and that was very much reflected in all the work that you generated. The supervision team for ERE generated a short list of essays for the essay prize, and we were presented with no shortage of great work that reflected a dedication to academic research, replete with intellectual curiosity and a huge sense of enthusiasm. And so the choice was very challenging. There was one student ultimately, however, who stood head and shoulders above everyone else with what they produced, and certainly their overarching dedication to contextual practices. Indeed, this student managed the not inconsiderable trick of making sure that every single CNCS assessment they did while at the University of Hertfordshire was about Doctor Who. Not only that every time they did one of these assessments, they did, as a matter of course, an IMAP to figure out their research process, which I can only tell you makes people like myself cry tears of joy. So it was really wonderful to see. In their final year, they produced a piece of work that was genuinely outstanding, which was called Made in Britain, a 1970s Doctor Who as Cultural Facsimile, which basically looked at a serial of Doctor Who from the 1970s through the critical lens of hauntology. And it was a fascinating piece of work. The supervisor for this essay was Dr. Ivan Phillips, the Associate Dean of Learning and Teaching. And he said that this was an outstanding submission combining enthusiasm and erudition. This essay is the result of an inquiry that has been focused and single-minded from the very beginning. Therefore, it is my enormous pleasure to bestow the 2020 Essay Prize for the Digital Animation degree to the wild-haired wizard that is Mr. Anthony Motto. So a big well done to Anthony. It was a fascinating piece of work that was so enjoyable to read and really exemplified the kind of ambition that we try and foster within the context side of digital animation. What I just want to say finally is good luck to all of you as you make your first moves within the industry. It was a real pleasure working with you all over the last 3 years. So many great pieces of work that we saw, a lot of great conversations that we had after lectures, and you've done the course proud in what you've achieved, especially in this final portion that was so challenging. So I wish you the best of luck. Please do stay in touch, and thanks very much. Take care.
This year's Best Music Soundtrack Awards goes to a pair of composers who've worked really well with the sound designer to create an original audio experience. Excellent production values throughout, there's space for all of the sound design and Foley, and this is a really standout piece in terms of composer identity. The winning composers are Harry Steele and Jamie Peterson on Autocracy. Congratulations.
Hey everybody. So I was just told that most people have voted, but there is a very, very, very close run-up for the winners. So if you haven't, please follow the link and vote if you haven't done it yet. Okay, so the next award is the Best Comic and Concept Art submission. So for us, it would have been impossible for me to choose between all of these different projects because we have anything from like gothic horror to comic books, kids stuff to grown-up, really varied techniques and rendering, lighting, all that kind of thing. Plus comics, concept art. Or how do you vote for that? So I'm really glad that I haven't had to vote for this, but obviously there had to be a clear winner, and the winner is. Yusra Shahid for Sheila Cake and a Happy Shake. So yeah, well done,
done.
Yusra.
Amazing work.
Amazing. I always liked the way she uses colors, and it's very attractive style that is very suited for young audience. And I think she'll go far. So really well done. But well done, everybody else. Of course, I like others as much. But yeah, well done.
So.
One.
Okay, amazing. I'm always amazed by everything. All right, so now we have the award for the 2D piece, and we've had a lot of 2D really good work this year. We always do, but it seems to be getting higher and higher every single year. And again, I'm really glad we don't have to vote for them, because it would be completely impossible for us, the lecturers. How you can manage to work that much on a piece like that for so long. I know that some students have terrible hand problems and all that kind of thing. So there is a clear winner for at least this section, and the winner is, guess who it is? Guess who it is? Guess who it is? Guess who it is? Yeah, the winner is Toby Trangmar for I Am the Only One. So well done, Toby.
Amazing project. Well done.
Yeah, an incredible amount of work, and you broke your hands, and we're really proud of you. Hopefully you'll get some hands at some point. Gorgeous stuff.
Hello, it's Will from Blues here again. I'm here to present the 3D Animation Prize. Good luck to everyone, and well done for all the winners throughout the day. Normally I'll be up on stage, but can't be there because I'm here in my own home. So I brought my own stage. Here we go. And I thought I'd dress up a little bit as well, including the bow tie. So I thought the prize is going to a worthy winner. I thought the animation was very slick and sexy, and enjoyed the sort of the artistic style, and also the music, which was in part of the storytelling as well. I also very much enjoyed the American accent at the end, and what helped was that we also hired some of those students as well, which is quite nice. So normally I'd also have an award to hand out, but like with good award ceremonies, you practice in the shower. So I brought along my Nivea for Men Energy 24-hour Fresh Effect shower gel, and the winners of this wonderful prize goes to the team behind Mission Intelligence. Woohoo! Congratulations! Come and get your prize. It's right here. Good luck to everyone else, and hopefully see you soon. Bye from me.
The all-new Espionage Royale, the secret that's so good you can't resist. Only at Vincent's. Actual burger size may vary. Vincent's does not take responsibility for burger-related laxative effects. Eat at your own risk.
Hey, and welcome back. So here we go. The prize that a lot of people have been waiting for, the best visual effects. So I'd just like to say again, I mentioned it before, but just the amount of work that goes into this, just incredible. They've got to go on location. They've got to source the location. It's like being a production manager. They've got to hire all this equipment, get actors. And then and that's all before Christmas, before they even start on the visual effects. And then they've got a short turnaround for that. It's just amazing. So here we go. The best visual effects project. Ukulele, hit it, Frank. Is Unfold.
One.
Amazing. That was such an amazing project. So up next, we got the next award. So this is for the Best Games Award. So again, I just can't believe the students, even during COVID, they can still make these games like, just so immersive, and the quality is up there with AAA titles. It's just incredible, the stuff that these guys are making. And are we all ready for the Games Award? It is, who's it going to be? It's Uplink. Congratulations,
Uplink.
guys. Well done. Amazing.
Well done. Amazing.
Such a good project.
One.
Hey, welcome back. Okay, so just don't forget, the voting is about to shut. So if you haven't done it now, please do so, because there's only 2 or 3 votes in it. It's very, very close.
Yep, that's it. So now we have the jury special mention. I'm told that this year, because of there were so many projects that was very, very close, that we were going to have 2 of them. So these are projects that the jury thinks deserve an award, but they didn't win in the particular category. So the first project for this first jury mention is guess what? It is Imaginaries by Megan Ryan. Beautiful work, very touching.
Welcome back.
And live.
Yeah.
You're in.
Welcome back. So we have another jury special mention, number 2. And the winner is... It's Isolated. Yeah, amazing solo project. Well done.
Yeah, well done, Yong Tan. Always amazed by this quality of her work.
Incredible skills.
1.
Hi everyone.
Everybody.
Wow, what a great show it's been so far. Some amazing work.
It has been an afternoon. It has been an exciting roller coaster. I don't know how the rest of you have felt in chat, but watching the films, it really has felt like a film day to me. It's felt like our usual animation expose, even though we're all spread out around the country. So thanks to all the staff that have made that possible. Thanks for all the amazing student work, but also thanks to everyone who's just been watching, commenting away in the comments and joining in, because that's what's really made it feel like the expose we always try and deliver. So this is the least rehearsed part of the afternoon. So while we've had a relatively tight script to work to, for this bit we're kind of winging it. But I know what we intended to do at this point was bring on the whole team. So I'm hoping as I'm saying the words bring on the whole team, what we'll see is the amazing David Tree, who's been running the thing behind the scenes, slowly allowing people into the Zoom meeting so that people start appearing on the screen. And if not, I'm going to have to just fill for time.
This is your evil overlord speaking.
Hi, David.
Hello. People are slowly joining us. However, they have got lost in the internet. So if you could just fill the space with
I will
some
fill
happy
the time.
jives for a few minutes, that'd be
well,
great.
I can tell you a little bit about the audience prize because voting has now closed for the audience prize. So if you wanted to vote for that, the time has now passed. I can tell you the voting was very close. I will not tell you the winner yet, but it was down to 3 votes. What happened? We had the magic pigeons counting all the votes. They live on Frank's floating dirigible. He came past in the dirigible. He wasn't Neil. He flew past us, and he dropped off the audience prize winning envelope. It's in here, and also the silver shiny Grand Prix winning envelope. So those have both been delivered by air by Frank, and they will be announced in the last part of this. Hopefully soon more people are going to be joining in the chat. We've had a Teams conversation going the entire day today so we can see what's going wrong. And I'm just looking in the Teams conversation and we'll see what happens. Oh, I've been told, I'm glad oh, look, here's everybody.
People are
I look
coming
away
in.
for 1 second and now everyone appears. That is amazing. So, people got their funny costumes on, right?
Good point. Yeah, well, I don't have a funny costume.
It is. There we go. Celebration.
I got my hat.
Is in the house. Now that we've got everybody in, everybody probably at the moment has their mics off. But in a second, I'm going to announce the audience prize winner, and then we're going to give a round of applause. So shall we do that? I'm looking to my Lord and Master David Tree. Is it time for the audience prize?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. So here is the audience prize envelope. Is this reversed? Yeah, because my thing is set to mirror. So I'm not in a weird mirror universe. It looks reversed on my screen. It's the right way around on yours. Technology is amazing. So this was all voted by you guys on the day. So it's very exciting. As I say, there was 3 votes in it. And the winner is, it was Uplink by 3 votes. Congratulations.
Yay!
Well done, Uplink. Amazing piece of work, team. Congratulations. And I think that takes us through to the Grand Prix, right?
There's a prize. Would you like to see the prize?
Yeah. Can we see the prize?
Yeah. Let me have a look at the prize. This is a prize.
By the way,
this prize was handmade, handcrafted by blood, sweat, and tears of Phil Valentin. There is only one of these in the world, and it's frankly phenomenal. So here it is.
Oh, someone needs to mute their YouTube.
By the way.
See your face either.
Sorry. We're back.
Are we back?
Yeah, so the idea is I will ship that to whoever is the director of that project. So yeah, that's the idea.
Frank, do you want to also hold up the other prize? So
everybody else will receive one of those.
Yeah. At some point after the world doesn't end, we're going to have them made. We've not been able to get them made, but that's.
I'll try not to throw them from my dirigible because I think they'll break. But
so we will be sending those out to all the winners once we've had a chance to get them delivered. Okay, are we going to do the Grand Prix? Okay, everyone have their applauses ready. So this again was not chosen by us. This was chosen by our panel of industry judges. I think it was, again, a close run thing, but I'm going to open up the magic envelope.
That's like the BAFTAs.
It is. It's exciting. And the audience, the Grand Prix of the 2020 Animation Exposé Online Edition goes to Bygone.
Woo!
Excellent.
Well done, Bygone team.
Shall we watch it again?
Amazing.
It was
Yeah,
very
let's
good.
watch it again. As is tradition, the Grand Prix winner gets shown again. So we're going to hand over to live showing of Bygone.
Well done, everybody.
and going live.
Hey, welcome back, everyone.
Congratulations again to the Bygone team. Really well done. Amazing work and a very,
Brilliant.
very well-deserved win. Massive hard work throughout the year and a really good result at the end. So well done, guys. And I guess we're kind of at the end of the day. I know Neil wanted to say a few things about the rookies. Neil.
Yeah, sure. Cheers. So just don't forget, it looks like voting is supposed to come to an end today, but it is still open for voting. So if you go to the front page of 3dhit.co.uk, you can see all the links there and just have a look through the projects, and the projects that you saw today, just vote for them, and every little helps.
Cool. And Martin, you only mentioned about the films now all being watchable on Vimeo?
They are indeed. If you'd like to watch all these films again, I'm sure you do, they're on our Vimeo channel. Just Google Animation Vimeo, or just go to vimeo.com/UH Animation. And while I'm here at this point, I'd also like to thank David Tree for his incredibly hard work and Mixmaster skills for getting us all online and visual and display to everybody, because he's been incredible today, and the whole day would have been impossible without him. And he can now blush embarrassedly as much as he wishes.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, he showed us his rig. He's got like 5 screens all set up, and he can look at all of them with like his 5 eyes or something. Yeah, there you go.
David is in the Matrix.
Terrific.
Any other messages from the rest of the team before we wrap this thing up?
I think I'd like to say well done, everybody. Even if those of you didn't make it, it's been an amazing day. It's been a great year. We want to see what you guys are going to create next year.
I'd like to say thank you.
Have a lovely summer and see you in September.
Yeah, just a big thank you from me. Pleasure. You guys are amazing.
I love you too, Phil. And thanks to our speakers today as well. Did an amazing job.
Love you too.
Yeah, actually, Ben from Blink Inc. said he had a really good time, so he'll be back. It's great.
It's been great to see all of this work. I mean, if of anyone, I've watched all of this at least 5 times now, so I know it's good. So it's been absolutely amazing to see all the work that's come out of it. And frankly, we were just saying offline that this felt very much like all was normal as far as the work was concerned. Even though everything's been going wrong with the world, it hasn't stopped animation students from making amazing work. So really, guys, well done.
Yeah, I think Martin made a really good observation that the video quality of YouTube is actually better than the video quality from the projectors in the auditorium.
Oh, and also just say 3D Hit still runs across the summer. Those of you who want to be using it, please post your work. Keep making great stuff. Yeah, we'll want to see it.
And the Discord will also be running. People did ask, is there an after party this year? There's nothing official, but I suspect if students would like to gather on Discord, there'll be much merriment to be had this evening. The staff will be going into their usual meditative coma that they go into after the Exposé. But you guys should go have fun.
Just want to say congratulations to everybody. Honestly, it's incredible how you've kept going in spite of everything that's been going on in the world. And you know, that's setting you up for the rest of your careers. And those in level 5 and level 4, you have this to now compete against. You know, they've set the bar extremely high this year. So, you know, get practicing.
Well, with those in level 5 have won, I look forward to seeing what you do next year.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well done,
Thank
everybody.
you to all the commenters and everyone that's engaged in the event, because it was really great. It feels like you're all there with us, so thanks for that.
Can we have a ukulele solo to play us out, Frank? Oh, and guitar. Oh, this is going to be amazing.
Dueling banjos.
Nicely done breakdown.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll see you again next year at the 2021 Animation Exposé.
Very much.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Goodness, my son has just gone to the toilet. I'll be right back.
See you later, Lewis. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, well done, everybody.
Okay, we're not. Oops, sorry.